Running through these checks till I pass out. The shorty give me neck till I pass out. I swear to God, all I do is cash out. And if you ain't a hoe, get up on my trap house. I've been selling cracks since like the 5th grade. Really never made no difference with the shit made. Jaja told me flip them packs and how to maintain. Get that money back and spend it on the same thing.
Baby,
shorty
walk.
like the way that I ball out, ball out. I be getting money till I fall out, fall out. You talking cash, dog, I go all out, all out. Shorty love the way that I floss out. Free greasy them, let all of my dogs out. Mama sent no pussy cats inside my dog house. That's what got my daddy locked up in the dog pound. Free fan on them, let all of my dogs out. We gon' pull up in that like we cops on them. With them 16s, we gon' put some shots on them. I send a little dot, I send a drop on them. She gon' call me up.
How are you, Baby Walk?
On
Baby Walk 16.
Savage, that's who we are.
16.
Shooters dressed in G-Star. GS9, I go so hard. But GS from a gun squad. And bitch, if it's a problem, we gon' gun brawl. Shots popping out the AR.
Is this like your 16th account?
Broad daylight and we gon' let them things
Hey, for sure, welcome.
Subway, free breeze,
Hey, Michael.
Tell my niggas murder team bitch caught about
a week ago.
Fuck with us and then we tweaking ho. Run up on that nigga, get the squeezing ho.
What up?
Niggas got me on my bully yo.
No, I did it wrong. We just started. We've just started, everybody. Welcome.
Got me on that young shit. Got me on that go dumb shit. Got me on that go dumb shit, man. Trap mode in this motherfucker. Harder than a bitch. Hey, yo, pull up. I need some more
PK.
jams.
The lag kept me out of sync with the song. Welcome, everybody. Just a bit of Enya. And Bobby Schmurda. How's everybody doing? We're just looping through the song, by the way. We're looping. Do we have a show? Your response was about a week ago. Oh, shit.
Running through these checks till I pass out. The shorty give me neck till I pass out. I swear to God, all I do is cash out. And if you ain't a hoe,
hey, Doug.
Up on my trap house. I've been selling cracks since like the 5th grade.
This is like my old time, man. This is my old time. Yo, my clothes were shiny. Shorty like the way that I ball out. I be getting money till I fall out. You talking cash, dog, thank you, friends. Shorty love the way that I floss out. Let all of my dogs out. Mama sent no pussy cats inside my dog house. That's what got my daddy locked up in the dog pound. Free fan on them, let all of my dogs out. We gon' pull up in I'm good, thank you, PK. I'm good, thank you.
We gon' put some shots on them. I send a little dot. Drop on her. She gon' call me up and I'ma sit the highs on her. Yeah, shiny. Savage, that's what we are. Grammy shooters just
shiny.
GS9, I go so hard. But GS from a gun squad.
Go squad.
Bitch, if it's a problem, we gon' gun brawl. Shots popping out the AR. I'm with Trigger, I'm with Russia, I'm with A-Raw. Broad daylight and we gon' let them things blow. Tell them niggas free me, yo. Subway, free breezy, yo. And tell my niggas murder team, yo. Bitch caught about a week ago. Fuck with us and then we tweaking, ho. Run up on that nigga, get the squeezing, ho. Everybody catching bullet holes. Niggas got me on my bully, yo. I'ma run out with that gun on them. I'ma run up, go dumb on them. Niggas got me on that young shit. Got me on that go dumb shit. Got me on that go dumb shit.
Hello, everybody. Free Bobby Schmurda. Man, that's so long ago. Welcome, friends.
Thank you, friends.
Welcome. How's everybody doing? Today,
we are going to be exploring racism and anti-blackness. I have put together a smorgasbord of learning for all of us. When he was actually freed, it was a holiday. Oh, was it? I've got a smorgasbord of learning for us. I want us to have the opportunity, all of us, including me, to just absorb some of this information. I have been listening to this between the previous live this morning and this live. So I have done a fair bit of listening, and I think this is an amazing opportunity for us to learn. So let's get into this. The first one we're going to listen to. I was going to have a smoke and I'll have to leave for work. Crayons waiting for me. Crayons are waiting for... Nice. Crayons in the crayon department. Nice. Okay. So the first... Sounds good, Ivan. G'day, 8-bit supercomputer. Welcome. So the first three are from... I was really surprised. Al Jazeera English, DigiDocs. Hey, Nidar. I'm doing well, thank you. DigiDocs did some... did a few of these short videos of a couple of black inspiring figures. This one, if you saw this morning, we listened to a bit of Frantz Fanon, and hey, Rainfall, welcome in. And this kind of came up in my recommended, and then oh my goodness, did we just get to our sub goal? Oh my gosh, we got to 180 subs, folks. Welcome. Oh my days. Anonymous gifter gifted a 1-month tier 1 sub to Ivan. Yes, we did it. Holy. Let me just quickly manage. Oh my gosh. Yes. Okay. Can we just take like a second and just celebrate this, please? Can we just take like a second and celebrate us hitting this goal? Just a second. Not too long. Not too long. I promise. Not too long. This song, I don't know if everyone will like this song, honestly. That song is by Notch. What a fab start to a stream. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Oh my gosh, we hit a goal. Thank you. Goal amount. Let me just update this, and then we can get going. Yes. Score. Woohoo! New goal started. Let's go. Okay. Hey, Luciferian. Welcome. Took me back to my real reggae days, teleporting back 20 years. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, this was 2008. 2008, I think. Yeah. But yeah, it's such a jam. Don't listen to the lyrics though. The lyrics are terrible. Anyway. The lyrics are terrible. Okay. Frantz Fanon. Let's get into it. Frantz Fanon, incredible human being, a revolutionary thinker. Yeah, I mean, they're going to say everything that needs to be said. Hey, Lisa, welcome. Kia ora, everybody. Haramai, welcome. Get ready. Here we go.
When we revolt, it is not for a particular culture. We revolt simply because, for many reasons, we can no longer breathe. Maman, see the Negro. I'm frightened. Now they were beginning to be afraid of me. I made up my mind to laugh myself to tears. but laughter had become impossible. I could no longer laugh because I already knew that there were legends, stories, history.
This is the scene described by Frantz Fanon, and this was the moment that led him to become one of the most influential anti-colonial thinkers of the last century.
On that day, completely dislocated, unable to be abroad with the other, the white man who unmercifully imprisoned me, I took myself far off from my own presence, far indeed, and made myself an object.
Fanon, writer, psychiatrist, political philosopher, one of the first thinkers to expose racism as a mental sickness and describe the effects of colonialism on the psyche.
The individual's breathing is an observed and occupied breathing. It is a combat breathing. From this point on, the real values of the occupied quickly tend to acquire a clandestine form of existence.
Fanon is born in 1925 in the French colony of Martinique. He goes to fight alongside the Allied forces against Nazi Germany. After the war, he goes to study psychiatry in France. There, he writes Black Skin, White Masks. He chronicles the psychology of trauma from the perspective of a black man. He speaks of a neurosis of blackness based on the racial epidermal schema, which exposes the dream of turning white. He knows this. He has lived it.
I know a lot of brown faces who black skin, white masks had a pretty big impact on me. Just reading it solidified so many things for me. Read it. It is an incredible book.
All this whiteness that burns me. I sat down at the fire and became aware of my uniform. I had not seen it. It is indeed ugly. I stopped there, for who can tell me what beauty is?
These are the 50s. France is a magnet for black intellectuals, a hothouse of radical thought. But Fanon also wants revolutionary action. He goes to Algeria, gets a job as director of psychiatry at the Blida Hospital in Algiers, sees firsthand the effects of French settler colonialism, poverty, oppression, violence.
The colonized sector is a disreputable place, inhabited by disreputable people. You're born anywhere, anyhow. You die anywhere from anything. It's a world with no space. People are piled one on top of the other. The shacks squeezed tightly together.
It's the beginning of the Algerian War of Independence. He's there in 1955 for the Philippeville Uprising, a turning point. The French think they have encircled Algeria's insurgents. They are wrong. Algeria's revolutionary army, the National Liberation Front, breaks the siege for the first time, targeting civilians. 123 colonial settlers massacred. France, humiliated, sought revenge, escalated its war machine, killed more than 10,000 Algerians. A bloody, all-out war ensued. Fanon, he took a side, left his job, joined the FLN, trained nurses, wrote in support of the struggle across Africa, edited the FLN's newspaper El Mujahid.
Ours is a national struggle to destroy an anarchic colonial regime. It is not a religious war. It represents a march forward in the historical path of human progress.
The war claimed hundreds of thousands of Algerians' lives. More than 2 million were displaced. But it was a war France did not win. In 1962, Algeria had fought and had won its independence. Frantz Fanon did not live to see that day. He died of leukemia just 4 months before. Yet, his work became an inspiration for anti-colonial thinkers and for the armed struggle across Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, and beyond.
Liberation does not come as a gift from anybody. It is seized by the masses with their own hands. And by seizing it, they themselves are transformed. Confidence in their own strength soars, and they turn their energy and their experience to the tasks of building, governing, and deciding their own lives for themselves.
Okay, how incredible is this production? How incredible is this production? I think Al Jazeera has really gone way above and beyond on this, honestly. Wow. Just from my perspective, like, this is how education should be done. It's so, I don't know how to put it. I just felt like so embedded in the story, the way it was done. You can tell 7 minutes. It's a lot of effort. This, good for them. This next one is gonna blow your fucking minds, though. This next one, I can guarantee you, is going to blow you away. It's something else. This one. Strap in, everybody. Strap in. Are you ready?
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
This is the one I think that's going to really impress you. They did such a good job on this. Such a good job on this. This one and the next one, to be honest.
The comet had swept the Earth, and this was the end. Was everybody dead? He must search and see.
It was a little-known science fiction story, The Comet, published in 1920 by scholar, writer, civil rights leader W.E.B. Du Bois. It told the story of a comet hitting New York and unleashing toxic gases, taking all human life. A survivor emerges. Jim Davies, a black man.
He walked up Fifth Avenue to a famous hostelry and entered its gorgeous, ghost-haunted halls. He beat back the nausea and, seizing a tray from dead hands, hurried into the street and ate ravenously, hiding to keep out the sights. Yesterday, they would not have served me, he whispered as he forced the food down.
Wow.
In this new world, a black man had crossed the line. Segregation subverted, albeit for a moment. Du Bois's Afrofuturistic story had ghostly echoes from the recent past and the aftermath of slavery. The apocalyptic scenes he imagined may have been inspired by real life. Years earlier, Du Bois had lived in Atlanta.
When I think about sound design, my clothes brush, like this is the pinnacle in my mind. Oh, this is like emotive. This is like everything, you know, it's completely taking me into this piece. It's so good.
A city lay in travail, God our Lord, and from her loins sprang twin murder and black hate.
1906, and headlines screamed of white women raped by black men. Mobs of white men took to the streets.
Red was the midnight. Clang, crack, and cry of death and fury filled the air and trembled underneath the stars when church spires pointed silently to me.
Chaos ensued, property destroyed, and more than 25 black men murdered.
And all this was to sate the greed of greedy men who hide behind the veil of vengeance. Bend us thine ear, O Lord.
The abolitionist dream had faded, the hopes of emancipated slaves defeated. Now ex-slaves were cheap labor for the white oligarchs from the South and the industrialists from the North. Jim Crow laws spread, and the lynchings had begun. Till then, Du Bois had been a man of letters, a PhD from Harvard, an African-American first. He was also a pioneer. In 1900, he presented the American Negro exhibit at the Paris Expo, a series of graphs, charts, and maps using dry facts with vibrant designs to discredit the myths of black inferiority embedded in scientific knowledge at the time. Data sets that argued for equality, design in the service of social justice, infographics to decolonize the mind. But now came the time for political action. He was one of the founders of the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the first civil rights organization in America. Its aim was clear: to end segregation that blighted African American lives, as Du Bois declared in The Souls of Black Folk.
Herein lie buried many things which, if read with patience, may show the strange meaning of being black here in the dawning of the 20th century. This meaning is not without interest to you, gentle reader, for the problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line.
The color line that defined black people's access to the world, from bathrooms to buses to schools to universities to the justice system. No black man had been so outspoken about the depths of racism in America or demanded its abolition so forcefully. Du Bois did it with metaphors, capturing the duality of the African American condition.
It dawned upon me with a certain suddenness that I was different from the others, or like may have in heart and life and longing, but shut out from their world by a vast veil.
That veil through which black people saw themselves through the eyes of another race, straddled between the African and the American, cast into internal exile, destined to be foreigners in our own homes. Yet with that veil came a gift, a divided self with which to understand this divided nation, the power of double consciousness.
One ever feels his two-ness, an American, a Negro, two souls, two thoughts, two unreconciled strivings, two warring ideas in one dark body, whose dogged strength alone keeps it from being torn asunder.
The Souls of Black Folk ends with an ode to the sorrow songs, songs of suffering of enslaved Africans. For Du Bois, they were the greatest gift of the Negro people. Woven through his writings, the song spoke of a spiritual inheritance, cadences of the Black church, biblical chants that rose above American materialism, the soul of the Black experience.
Oh. Everything about this is so exceptional. Like, it is peak. Oh my goodness. So I was listening to this and then I was like, okay, a thought came into my head and I had to write it down. I posted it.
And you know, I talk about house curryism, the obedience of brown people, Indians, to white supremacy. I wanted to write down something about that, and I wrote down this line. Brown and black obedience is the resource white supremacy extracts its power from. Brown and black obedience is the resource white supremacy extracts its power from. It's our obedience that powers this system. And I think that's such an important thing to understand. The more obedient we are, the stronger the system gets. And I was so fucking inspired by this stuff. It's like I'm watching this and literally goosebumps, man. This one is like the pièce de résistance. Are you guys ready for this? This is gonna blow you the fuck away, honestly. Here we go.
If I apply the surrealist approach, I can summon up these unconscious forces. This, for me, was a call to Africa. It's true that superficially we are French. We have been branded by Cartesian philosophy. But if we break with all of that, if we plumb the depths, then what we will find is fundamentally black. To start the revolution, the real one, break. Seize in ourselves the immediate Negro. Plant our negritude like a beautiful tree so that it can bear its most authentic fruit.
Paris, 1935. These are the words of a young Martinican coining negritude for the first time. Negritude, a term of defiance, a reaction of enraged youth, a literary and philosophical movement to cultivate pride in African culture, until then absent from the history of civilization, a continent derided as barbaric to justify colonial violence and exploitation.
My negritude is neither tower nor cathedral. It takes root in the red flesh of the soil. It takes root in the ardent flesh of the sky.
That young writer was Aimé Césaire. He had recently arrived in Paris, a city in vogue, a nexus for black artists, musicians, poets. Paris, self-appointed symbol of freedom, revolution, civilization, and yet the beating heart of empire, built on colonialism and slavery.
And this country shouted for centuries that we are brute beasts. The pulsing of humanity stops at the entrance of the slave compound. And they used to brand us with red-hot irons, and we used to sleep in our excrement, and they would sell us in public.
It was in this metropolis that Césaire met students from other French colonies. Léon Gontran Damas, from French Guyana, and Léopold Sédar Senghor, future president of Senegal. Wow. Part of a Creole elite, at once subject to, and the earliest critics of, French assimilation. The idea that black people would free themselves of barbarism if they took on French customs, by renouncing their own histories, languages, voices, ironically in the name of progress.
But who twists my voice? Who scratches my voice? Stuffing 1,000 bamboo fangs down my throat? 1,000 sea urchin steaks? It is you, dirty old piece of world. Dirty old dawn. You dirty old hate. It is you, the weight of insults and of 100 years of whiplashes.
A black cultural scene began to flourish in Paris. The Clamart Tea Shop, a literary salon run by the Nadal sisters, black, women, intellectuals, at the forefront of the negritude movement. Diasporic influences stirred. the Harlem Renaissance, a new celebration of African American culture. Connections emerged. The poetry of Langston Hughes, the literature of Claude Mackay. People for once portrayed with literary dignity. Journals, books, anthologies. La Revue du Monde Noir, L'Étudiant Noir, Présence africaine, Tropique. From there emerged the Black aesthetic, a movement that took on the colonizer's own language to denounce Western myth of civilization, a fight in French against French, inspired by African narrative traditions, songs, folktales, rhythms.
And you ghosts rise blue from alchemy. From a forest of hunted beasts, of twisted machines, of a jujube tree, of rotten flesh, of a basket of oysters, of eyes, of a network of straps in the beautiful sisal of human skin, I would have words vast enough to contain you, earth, taught, earth drunk.
Negritude, the beginnings of Black surrealism. Plumbing the unconscious, language turned to the weird and dreamlike. Syntax cracked, as if to expose the violent logic of Western rationalism itself in a rallying cry for liberation. Negritude, a literary movement that emerged in the capital of the Enlightenment and modernity, only to expose it as a cover for capitalism's dependence on racist exploitation. In the decades to come, as revolts mounted and empires caved, negritude itself echoed around Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean. Independence movements, Pan-African solidarities, civil rights, Black power.
And the great black hole where I wanted to drown a moon ago, this is where I now want to fish the night's malevolent tongue in its immobile revolution.
Wow. Wow! What a way to start the live. I wish we could start the live like that with new bits like this. What an incredible piece of production here. I just couldn't believe it when I found these. I thought it was genius. Just amazing. So we're gonna change the speed a little bit on this. Now we're gonna go into a couple of a couple of a couple of individuals. One so intense but so thick with meaning. That was awesome. Yeah, it was insane, man. Like I can't believe I just sort of came across that on my recommend. I'm so glad. First, we're gonna get like a summary of James Baldwin's life. This is by PBS. Obviously, they're not going to do Baldwin like total justice at all. American media. But it's good. It's good. I listened to it. Hey, Cliff, welcome. I listened to it. It was pretty good. A look at James Baldwin's enduring influence on art and activism. I wanted us to take this journey today. You know, we talk about revolutionaries. We talk a lot about, you know,
when we talk about revolution, Marx, Lenin, these people will come up, but these folks here don't get talked about enough. I can't sleep at 3:30 a.m. and hear the thank you, Messelhoff. Welcome. I'm happy. I'm happy that's the case. Look at James Baldwin's enduring influence. Like these folks are revolutionaries too. And I don't think they get enough time, honestly, when it comes to activism. They are awesome.
This month, the legendary writer and activist James Baldwin would have turned 100 years old. Baldwin is best known for his novels and essays, and as a moral voice addressing race, sexuality, and the very fabric of American democracy. Nearly 40 years after his death, his words are more relevant than ever. Jeffrey Brown looks at his enduring legacy for our series, Art in Action, exploring the intersection of art and democracy, and our ongoing Canvas coverage.
Like, this is the kind of thing that gives me so much, like, excitement to start painting again, and then start, like, I want to write. I haven't written, and oh my gosh, I just want to do all of these things, folks. It'll happen. I know it will happen. Just got to keep going. Figure it out bit by bit. We'll figure it out.
The inequality suffered by the American Negro population of the United States has hindered the American dream.
James Baldwin, novelist, essayist, civil rights activist, public intellectual, here debating William F. Buckley, Jr. at the University of Cambridge in 1965.
He's engaged in this ongoing work of self-creation, in this sustained reflection on the power of the American idea. He's bringing the full weight of his intellect to bear on this project.
Eddie Glaude Jr. is a professor of African American Studies at Princeton University, and author of the
the Mecca Alliance. Yeah, we will get there. Mecca Alliance coming together. Just a little more hope, and the world will turn, and we can let others take the fight. No, we ain't letting go of the fight. The fight is universal. It doesn't stop.
2020 book, Begin Again, James Baldwin's America and its urgent lessons for our own.
I think if you read Baldwin closely, there is this underlying idea that we have yet to discover who we are, right? Because the ghosts of the past in so many ways not only blind us, but they have us by the throat.
James Arthur Baldwin was born in Harlem in 1924 and raised there by his mother and stepfather, a Baptist preacher. The oldest of 9 children, he excelled in school and served as a junior minister. A man on the margins, black and queer, he spent years of his life abroad, much of it in France, beginning at age 24. He wrote novels, including Go Tell It on the Mountain, an autobiographical book about growing up in Harlem, and Giovanni's Room, about a tormented love affair between 2 men living in Paris, and powerful essays exploring race and American identity, including Notes of a Native Son and The Fire Next Time.
He's one of the greatest essayists we've ever produced, the world has ever produced, I think. And his subject is us, but his vantage point is not that of a victim. His vantage point is from those who've had to bear the burden of America's refusal to look itself squarely in the face.
He was also a playwright and poet, an activist who marched and spoke out for civil rights, including on television, here on The Dick Cavett Show in 1969.
And the word Negro in this country really is designed finally to disguise the fact that when it's talking about another man, a man like you.
I think you're right, Messelhoff. Yeah.
And insofar as the American Republic wants to think there has been progress, they overlook one very simple thing. I don't want to be given anything by you. I just want you to leave me alone so I can do it myself.
Baldwin died.
Brilliant. I don't want anything from you. Just leave me the fuck alone so I can do it by myself.
Died in 1987, but he's remained a powerful cultural presence, one that's only grown in the past decade.
There are days, this is one of them, when you wonder what your role is in this country and what your future is in it.
In the 2016 documentary, I Am Not Your Negro, director Raoul Peck drew from Baldwin's own words. As he told me then,
he was already a classic, and he wrote those things 40, 50 years ago, and watching the film, you think that he wrote that in the morning, before watching the film, because those words are so accurate, they are so prescient, and so impactful that you can't do it better.
In 2018, Baldwin's 1974 novel If Beale Street Could Talk was adapted by Oscar-winning director Barry Jenkins.
Whether I'd won 8 Oscars or no Oscars, it's James damn Baldwin, It's James Baldwin. That's pressure enough in and of itself, because I wanted to honor his legacy in the way that I thought it should be honored.
And now a celebration of the centennial of his birth, including an exhibition at the National Portrait Gallery called This Morning, This Evening, So Soon, James Baldwin and the Voices of Queer Resistance, which takes its name from a short story he published in 1960. Another at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, titled Jimmy, God's Black Revolutionary Mouth, presenting Baldwin's archive of personal papers. There's a new album by singer-songwriter and bassist Michelle Ndegeocello called No More Water, the Gospel of James Baldwin.
Love does not begin and end the way we seem to think it does.
And reissues of seminal works with new introductions and artwork.
What is the best lesson that you've learned being in the spiritual community that you're in with James Baldwin?
Along with a podcast, The Baldwin 100, in which host Cree Miles talks with contemporary writers and thinkers. What is his relevance today, especially when you think about younger people, younger readers, younger citizens?
Despite the time that has passed, his amount of truth is still relatively radical. Even when I think about like his novels and like Giovanni's Room, and we're thinking about the ways that he grappled with like sexuality, those are still things that I think we're coming to terms with.
Acclaimed Irish novelist Colm Tóibín contributed the new book on James Baldwin.
I'm interested in him as, I suppose, someone who really found ways of dealing with individuality versus community, with being an artist in a difficult time, but more than anything, he wrote well.
Tóibín saw connections to his...
I think the biggest mistake we can make, so it's one of the biggest mistakes most of us make, where we think, oh, it's their fight, they will handle it. No, we need to realize it is our fight for a better future. All of us together need to figure out the best for all of us. Without that community, we are destined to continue the abrasive, combative reality that we as humanity have been living since humanity started. Absolutely. Absolutely. I guess younger people are more free to be radicals, so the fight has always been, nah, man. No. These people weren't like young as in the sense like they're probably young at heart, yeah, but age-wise, Baldwin continued his advocacy and his literature and his fight for a long time until the day he died. Same with Malcolm X, same with so many others, Frantz Fanon, all of these people. They weren't like, when you say young, I think like early 20s or something. They weren't like that. You have to live a life before you understand these things. You gotta live a life first, and then you can begin to articulate. I can't look at a blank piece of paper, blank screen, and start writing. I think, but generally you see students' movements leading the charge in many countries, perhaps it relating to today. Yeah. All age groups are important. All age groups are important. The moment you go, oh yeah, the next generation will take care of it, it's over. You've given up. We all can contribute in some way. And the thing I'll say is like, I think I think the biggest thing today is feeling like what James Baldwin wrote was true in his day, but not today. Like, it's so true today. You know, those concepts of even the concepts that we saw in the videos previous to this one, where they were writing about French colonial times. Those ideas are still very real today. The ideas of integration, you know, the ideas of integration and gaining the attitude of, you know, the French culture, integrating into French culture and assimilation. You know, all of those things that white people talk about, like, oh, you're not assimilating into the... Fuck off. What are you talking about, assimilation? They just want you to forget your identity and become, like, when they say things like, this is a melting pot, you know? It's all assimilating. It's bullshit. Resistance is not and should not be a question of age. With age comes knowledge and experience, and although the resistance can change forms, it should never change. The torch can be passed to the next generation, but that does not mean you leave the riot squad. You elevate the new generation to the front lines and stand by them. The Borg instead of the Federation. Yeah, exactly. They want you to assimilate. Like, assimilate? What a shitty word that is. But that's just been invented by white supremacists to try and basically erase culture, other than, like, whatever they think is right. It's insane.
His own upbringing, and told us how Baldwin has influenced him as writer and man.
It's a question of engaging with this great intelligence and with this sensuous intelligence, with someone who's sort of thinking brilliantly in a glittering sort of way. But it is also, of course, developing strategies, which he did in relation to his family, in relation to Harlem, in relation to Black America, in relation to exile, in relation to attempting to being an artist in a time of flux, and also in a way of being a gay artist, a homosexual artist coming out of a world which is very conservative and very religious, and attempting also to build strategies around that give you energy rather than ones that take you down.
One deeply resonant thread through all the commemorations, Baldwin's focus on the fragility of democracy itself.
Baldwin's exposing the lie that is the source of the suffering that defines this fragile project, it seems to me. He's committed to democracy. He's committed to America. After all, we are deeply American, but by virtue of that commitment, he has to relentlessly critique it.
It comes as a great shock to discover that the country, which is your birthplace and to which you owe your life and your identity, has not in its whole system of reality evolved any place for you.
A commitment, as Glaude puts it, to the complex experiment called America. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Jeffrey Brown.
The word assimilate makes me think of the Borg from Star Trek every time. Yeah. Yeah, same. Yeah. Assimilate, it's such a stupid word. It just means forget about your history. And usually in white societies, it's erasure. It's stupid. And please don't assimilate. Don't integrate. Be yourself. Okay. This is...
Who taught you to hate your own country?
Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Let's go! Woo! Did he have an entire graphic novel series behind him? I don't know. Oh, did he? I closed it. I'm sorry, Messelhoff. I closed it. Are we ready for this? I'm so excited. I want to do some whale sounds. Noise. Malcolm X. Let's get into it.
Who taught you to hate your own kind? Who taught you to hate the race that you belong to? So much so that you don't want to be around each other. No, before you come asking Mr. Muhammad, does he teach hate, you should ask yourself who taught you to hate being what God gave you.
How did one man go from petty criminal to becoming a global voice against racism? He's one of the most prominent Muslims in modern history and a symbol of black liberation who has inspired generations. A gangster, a preacher, and a revolutionary, this is the extraordinary journey of Malcolm X. Malcolm X was born in 1925 in Omaha, Nebraska. His parents, Earl and Louise Little, were followers of the Pan-African activist Marcus Garvey. As a result, their family was subjected to constant harassment by the Ku Klux Klan, who burned down their home when Malcolm was just 4 years old. The family moved to Michigan, where they were threatened by the Black Legion, an offshoot of the KKK. 4 of Malcolm's uncles were also murdered by white racists. Malcolm's father died when he was 6. The incident was officially ruled a streetcar accident, although his mother believed he had ultimately been murdered by the Black Legion. When Malcolm was 13, his mother was committed to a mental institution. Her children were split up and sent to different foster homes. Malcolm was an excellent student, but dropped out of school after a white teacher told him it was unrealistic for a young black boy to have aspirations of being a lawyer. After a few years in Michigan and Boston, he moved to Harlem at the age of 18, where he was involved in gambling, robbery, drug dealing, and pimping. At the age of 21, after committing a string of robberies with a small gang in Boston, Malcolm was arrested and sentenced to 8 to 10 years at Charlestown State Prison. Incarceration was the beginning of Malcolm's transformation. While in prison, his siblings began writing to him about the Nation of Islam and its leader, Elijah Muhammad. The Nation of Islam promoted black independence and rejected the notion of the superiority of white people. Instead, Elijah Muhammad taught his followers a form of separatism from whites, who were actually considered devils, inferior to black people who were the original inhabitants of Earth. Malcolm, initially hostile to the idea of any religion, eventually became a member of the nation. He read books constantly and began writing regularly to Elijah Muhammad. Muhammad's followers were taught to abandon their given family names, as they were actually the names of former slave owners. So Malcolm Little became Malcolm X. After being paroled, Malcolm visited Elijah Muhammad in Chicago. In June the next year, he was named Assistant Minister of the Nation of Islam's Temple No. 1 in Detroit. He later established Boston's Temple No. 11 and expanded Temple No. 12 in Philadelphia.
And those of you who think that you perhaps came here to hear us tell you to turn the other cheek to the brutality of the white man, I say again, you came to the wrong place.
Finally, he was selected to lead Temple No. 7 in Harlem, where he was responsible for a huge surge in membership.
We don't teach you to turn the other cheek. We don't teach you to turn the other cheek in the South, and we don't teach you to turn the other cheek in the North. We teach you to obey the law. We teach you to carry yourselves in a respectable way. But at the same time, we teach you that anyone who puts his hand on you, do your best to see that he doesn't put it on anybody else.
The FBI now had him under surveillance due to his sudden profile as the nation's rising star. Malcolm's rise to national prominence happened in 1957, when he intervened at a police station to arrange for medical assistance and legal help for members of the nation who had been beaten and arrested by New York police. The crowd of protesters outside grew to almost 4,000. Witnessing Malcolm's control of the crowd shook the New York Police Department. Within weeks, they had him under surveillance and officially began infiltrating the nation. In 1958, Malcolm married his wife Betty, with whom he would have 6 daughters. Malcolm's profile continued to grow via print and television appearances, and he began to gain international exposure.
Who is it that controls the prostitution in Harlem? It's the white man. Who controls the large sale of whiskey and wine? It's the white man. Who gives you the deck of cards and the dice that you use to gamble with? It's the white man. And after he sell them to you, he catch you with them and put you in jail for using them.
He was deeply critical of the growing civil rights movement and its leaders, like Dr. Martin Luther King, who preached integration.
That's what you mean by nonviolent. Be defenseless. Be defenseless in the face of one of the most cruel beasts that has ever taken the people into captivity. That's this American white man. 100 years ago, they used to put on a white sheet and use a bloodhound against Negroes. Today, they've taken off the white sheet and put on police uniforms. They've traded in the bloodhounds for police dogs, and they're still doing the same thing. And just as Uncle Tom, back during slavery, used to keep the Negroes from resisting the Bloodhound or resisting the Ku Klux Klan by teaching them to love their enemy. Luther King is just a 20th century or modern Uncle Tom or a religious Uncle Tom who is doing the same thing today.
Malcolm.
I think Uncle Tom is like the American version of House Curry. Hey, Versetta Corn, welcome. I think when I say House Curry, I mean that what he's talking about for black people. When I say House Curry, it's that same thing, that same concept of like, you know, shining the master's shoes.
Malcolm's message was being heard louder than ever, but his relationship with the man who had transformed his life was about to fracture. Tensions were growing within the nation over the amount of attention Malcolm was receiving compared to his mentor, Elijah Muhammad. An unprovoked raid on a Nation of Islam mosque by police in Los Angeles led to one member being paralyzed and another being killed. No charges were laid against the police.
The white man believes you when you go to him with that old sweet talk, because you've been sweet talking him ever since he brought you here. Stop sweet talking. Tell him how you feel. Tell him what kind of hell you've been catching, and let him know that if he's not ready to clean his house up, if he's not ready to clean his house up, he shouldn't have a house. It should catch on fire and burn down.
Malcolm was reportedly stunned by Elijah Muhammad's refusal to allow any form of response or retaliation for the incident. The two also disagreed over Malcolm's desire to begin working with civil rights organizations, black politicians, and other religious organizations. Then, suddenly...
Here is a bulletin from CBS News. 3 shots were fired at President Kennedy's motorcade in downtown Dallas. President Kennedy has been seriously wounded.
Malcolm's response to the Kennedy assassination led to him being officially silenced for 90 days.
Malcolm X, you were involved in a controversy some months ago with your leader. Is that over?
Well, I've been silent for the past 90 days because of some statements I made concerning the President of the United States, which were distorted. They were distorted. And yes.
What did you say, Malcolm?
Well, I said the same thing that everybody says, that his assassination was the result of the climate of hate. But only I said the chickens came home to roost, and which means the same thing.
In March of 1964, Malcolm publicly announced his break from the Nation of Islam.
Jeez.
He also expressed a desire to work with other civil rights leaders, saying that Elijah Muhammad had prevented him from doing so.
It's basically like when they canceled people for saying the chickens came home to roost when the chickens came home to roost. Chickens came home to roost when Charlie Kirk got shot. Chasm X Calypso. Chasm X Calypso. Your message got blocked because of it got blocked. I can't allow it because well, I can allow it. Do you want me to allow it, or can you like type it a different way?
Then came a bombshell.
Well, in reality, I never even left the Muslim movement. They put me out. And they put me out because of what I knew, and what I knew was told to me by Mr. Muhammad's son, Wallace Muhammad himself. They put me out and they put him out.
Who is the father of all of these various children whom you have enumerated?
The first one to tell me who the father was Wallace Muhammad, and he told me that the father was Elijah Muhammad himself.
And how many of these illegitimate children did he father with the sisters?
Well, he made 6 sisters pregnant. They all had children. 2 of those 6 had 2 children. I am told that there is a 7th sister who is supposed to be in Mexico right now, and she's supposed to be having a child by him.
Are you not, perhaps, afraid of what might happen to you as a result of making these revelations?
Oh, yes. I probably am a dead man already.
After splitting from the nation, Malcolm began learning the tenets and practices of Sunni Islam. He founded the Muslim Mosque Incorporated, a religious organization, and the Organization of Afro-American Unity, a non-religious group promoting Pan-Africanism. He had softened his position on Martin Luther King, who he met only once in person. And later the same year, he performed Hajj, the Muslim pilgrimage to Mecca. This was to be yet another transformation.
Yeah, Chasm. Like, look, Chasm. Kazimek's Calypso. Yeah, I know. Maybe you can just put like N or something. I don't know.
Experience for him.
When I was on the pilgrimage, I had close contact with Muslims whose skin would in America be classified as white, and with Muslims who themselves would be classified as white in America. But these particular Muslims didn't call themselves white. They looked upon themselves as human beings, as part of the human family, and therefore they looked upon all other segments of the human family as part of that same family. Now, they had a different look or a different air or a different attitude than that which is reflected in the attitude of the man in America who calls himself white. So I said that if Islam had done that for them, perhaps if the white man in America would study Islam, perhaps it could do the same thing for him.
After Mecca, Malcolm made 2 trips to Africa, meeting officials and speaking on radio and television across the continent. In Cairo,
But Aaron, what's going on? Oh, thank you. Did you make this for me? Oh, look what our son made for me just now. Oh my goodness. Thank you.
I have used this point thing.
Well done.
And if you scratch this black part of it, it can do this. There's going to be a rainbow line.
Come here. Show. So this is like a little scratch pad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nice.
Can I just talk to them?
You want to talk to them? Yeah. Come talk to them then. Of course. You want to come talk to them? Come. Do you want to show them something?
Yeah, I was looking for this. I'm just going to remake it then.
You want to come here? Okay. So we'll wait for you to come here, okay? Oh, he's a good boy.
he attended the second meeting of the Organization of African Unity and met Africa's most high-profile leaders, including Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt, and Ahmed Ben Bella of Algeria, who all offered him official positions in their respective governments. He met with Fidel Castro and was one of the first African-American leaders to meet the newly created Palestinian Liberation Organization, and was one of the pioneers of a tradition of Black Palestinian solidarity that would be continued by the Black Panther Party and the Black Lives Matter movement.
Wow.
A common misconception about Malcolm's philosophical evolution is that his process of turning to Sunni Islam softened his political positions. While it's true that Malcolm abandoned some of the nation's more extreme separatist positions on race, he remained a staunch black nationalist.
I think what a lot of people are interested in, Malcolm, is whether this experience has made you feel that your feelings have changed, that the animosity you have expressed in the past toward all whites. There's one thing that I want to make clear. No matter how much respect, no matter how much recognition whites show toward me, as far as I'm concerned, as long as that same respect and recognition is not shown toward every one of our people in this country, it doesn't exist for me.
This is my calendar.
This is your calendar.
Let me see if I finished all
I'm getting mogged, everybody. I'm getting mogged. I'm getting mogged by my son. I'm getting mogged by you, bro. That means you're taking over my live. It's okay. You can take over it. It's fine.
I finished this.
Oh, the light went off. It's okay. I'll fix it.
Now this is my calendar. finished it all.
Yeah, talking to
I finished it all last week. No, last year.
You finished it all last year?
Yeah.
Wow.
When I was like 5 or 4.
Well done.
Yeah. I can still shoot them one, exactly like 2 of these. And should I can I? Can I can. This one and this one.
You want to show people? You want to show them? Okay. You got to go like this, see, for it to come on the screen. Okay.
Okay. So this is Tetris.
Sorry, what is it again?
Tetris.
Tetris?
Yes.
Okay.
So look, what it can fall in.
Wow.
And then fall in another one.
It's like a Tetris game, but with actual blocks.
Yeah. My mom has finished this, and I picked the thing to finish it, but I'm not that good.
Not that good?
No.
You're great.
Look at that.
That was awesome.
My mom filled it all.
Did she?
Yeah. My mom did it all. I was going to the toy. She did it all so fast.
Did she?
Yes.
How?
I don't know. Did she?
Bro, you look at this. You're almost like hitting one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Oh, wow.
8.
Amazing.
Ooh. Where's the one? Where's the one? Where's the one? 1.
You can use this.
No, I need a 1. Okay.
Yeah, you can use that over there.
Where? This?
No, this one, like this. Here, you want to try?
Yeah.
Shall I do it?
Yeah.
Oh!
You almost made 9. Just over there.
Yeah, you can do that. Whoa! No way!
9 in 1 minute. Crazy. Now I'm going to just use random blocks.
Random blocks?
No, not over there.
No, not over there, I think.
Over there.
Yes.
We should not use that. That's bad. Who should use this? Say. Good.
Oh no!
I failed.
You didn't fail. You gave it a good try. Here, you take this. Okay?
Oh, well, then wait.
What's up? You take this, Baba. I have to do some live streaming, okay? We're watching a show. I know you're sad. Come here. Here. Give me a kiss before you go. Give me.
I'm not gonna go. I'm playing over here.
Yeah, but give me cuddle and kiss first, though. Give me a kiss. I love you.
Let me see. What are you looking at, Mama? Mama, what are you looking at? Why?
Okay, let's get back into it.
If anything, Malcolm's travel has led him to globalize his perspective, seeing black liberation as something beyond the United States, and as something that was intimately tied to struggles for independence across the Third World.
It has remained a domestic problem. It has remained within the jurisdiction of the United States. And as such, it has been impossible for the Afro-Americans or American Negroes to try and enlist the support of other dark-skinned people who are being oppressed the world over in that struggle. And the only way this can be done is by internationalizing the problem.
If you take up arms,
He's really good.
But if you sit around and wait for the one who's in power to make his mind, that he should.
Yeah, you're amazing. You're amazing, Papa.
End it, you'll be waiting a long time. And in my opinion, the young generation of whites, blacks, browns, whatever else there is, you're living at a time of extremism, a time of revolution, a time when there's got to be a change.
The Nation of Islam had not taken Malcolm's exit and public criticism of Elijah Muhammad's misconduct lightly. His family was repeatedly threatened, Their car was bombed, and FBI surveillance records show that law enforcement was aware that elements within the nation were openly discussing his death. Then his house was burned down.
Malcolm X went through so much, man. Like they really did single him out. They really did get into him. Like so many people were angry with him. They threw away. They really did just. They couldn't bear how popular he was and how popular what he said was. You know, they just couldn't bear it.
On February 21st, 1965, Malcolm was addressing the Organization of Afro-American Unity in Manhattan's Audubon Ballroom. He was shot 21 times. 3 Nation of Islam members were tried and convicted of the murder, but questions remained. At the time of his death, Malcolm was under surveillance by both the NYPD and the FBI's COINTELPRO operation. For many, there is simply no doubt that one or both organizations had a hand in his assassination. Malcolm's legacy went on to be preserved in hip-hop, film, and literature. Most importantly, his own autobiography, which continues to be celebrated and was named one of the 10 most influential non-fiction books of the 20th century. His politics continue to inspire generations of activism against racism and imperialism worldwide.
People in power have misused it, and now there has to be a change, and a better world has to be built, and the only way it's going to be built is with extreme methods. And I, for one, will join in with anyone, don't care what color you are, as long as you want to change this miserable condition that exists on this earth. Thank you.
Damn. Yeah.
Malcolm's funeral was held in Harlem.
Right there.
Some estimate that up to 30,000 people attended. Actor and activist Ossie Davis delivered the eulogy.
This is beautiful. This is beautiful.
Harlem has come to bid farewell to one of its brightest hopes, extinguished now and gone from us forever. Many will ask what Harlem finds to honor in this stormy, controversial, and bold young captain. And we will smile. Many will say, turn away from this man, for he is not a man, but a demon, a monster, a subverter, and an enemy of the black man. And we will answer and say unto them, did you ever talk to Brother Malcolm? Did you ever touch him or have him smile at you? Did you ever really listen to him? Malcolm was our manhood, our living black manhood. This was his meaning to his people. And in honoring him, we honor the best in ourselves. What we place in the ground is no more now a man, but a seed, which, after the winter of discontent, will come forth again to meet us. And we shall know him then for what he was and is, a prince, our own black shining prince, who did not hesitate to die because he loved us so.
You now use Shabazz and drop X? I'll probably continue to use Malcolm X because, and I'll probably use it as long as the situation that produced it exists.
I just love that line. He was a seed. Can we just listen to that again, please? Let's just listen to it again. That eulogy is something else.
Attended. Actor and activist Ossie Davis delivered the eulogy.
Harlem has come to bid farewell to one of its brightest hopes, extinguished now and gone from us forever. Many will ask what Harlem finds to honor in this stormy, controversial, and bold young captain. And we will smile. Many will say, turn away from this man, for he is not a man, but a demon, a monster, a subverter, and an enemy of the black man. And we will answer and say unto them, did you ever talk to Brother Malcolm? Did you ever touch him or have him smile at you? Did you ever really listen to him? Malcolm was our manhood, our living black manhood. This was his meaning to his people. And in honoring him, we honor the best in ourselves. What we place in the ground is no more now a man, but a seed, which, after the winter of discontent, will come forth again to meet us. And we shall know him then for what he was and is, a prince, our own black shining prince, who did not hesitate to die because he loved us so.
You now use Shabazz and drop X? I'll probably continue to use Malcolm X and I'll probably use it as long as the situation that produced it exists.
What are you trying to find, my love?
A race car. Angel, your race cars are not here.
Oh dear.
They're here.
Oh dear. Hey, hey, Brazilian bro Vinny, welcome. How incredible was that eulogy, honestly? Like, it doesn't get better than that, man. Like, that is what it's about, you know? We are going deep today, folks. We are going deep today. There's so much to cover. I want us to get some
shaking Chairman Fred.
I want us to get some understanding of the Black Panther Party. You like Black Panther? Really? The black guy in Avengers, yeah. The panther looking guy. Do you like Black Panther? Is Black Panther your favorite? Who's your favorite? Yeah. Hulk is your favorite. Of course, the Hulk is your favorite. Okay. Why the U.S. government murdered Fred Hampton? Captain New Zealand? Oh, dear. Yeah, maybe. Okay, here we go. Why the U.S. government murdered Fred Hampton? This is an interesting story.
December 4th, 1969. Akua Njeri was 19 years old and sleeping next to her fiancé, the Illinois Black Panther Party chairman, Fred Hampton.
The next thing I remember was someone in our room shaking Chairman Fred. Chairman, wake up, wake up. Plaster was flying off the wall. You could smell the cordite from the gunshot. If you've ever been under gunfire, 5 minutes is 5 hours. To you, it seems like forever.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Messelhoff. Thank you. H. Smith, welcome. Radio Free Cloud, hello. Transpath, hi. Motorola, welcome. And Thick 808 Baseline, welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much, Messelhoff. Thank you. All right, we're gonna get through this Fred Hampton doco by Vox, and there's so much to go, guys. Like today, I had this thing after the live in the morning. I just went on this journey, and I want to show you guys this journey I went on.
The shooting started back again. Then another voice unfamiliar to me said, "He's good and dead now." I knew they were talking about Chairman Fred.
Fred Hampton was murdered by his government. But before that, he was a leader in a movement practicing a new kind of activism. A movement targeted because of its power to unite people.
1964 as a historic year in race relations. On July 2nd, President Johnson signed into law the Civil Rights Act,
Hey,
It
the
was the
real Zach.
strongest-
In the
Welcome.
1960s, racial progress in the US was at a turning point. Activists won major civil rights victories, and the era of Jim Crow laws came to an end. But at the end of the decade, there were still deep social and economic gaps for Black people across the country. Black Americans continued to face high poverty, poor housing, and unemployment, and they still had little to no political representation. These disparities and an increase in brutal police violence led to uprisings across the country. Many young Black activists grew frustrated that the changes they'd hoped for hadn't come.
It's just the opposite of being a white man. That's about the best I can abbreviate that for you.
After the police killing of an unarmed Black teen in San Francisco, two activists in Oakland, California, Bobby Seale and Huey P. Newton, founded what was initially called the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Newton had studied law and knew it was legal to carry arms in California as long as they were not concealed. The Panthers began to patrol their communities. As the movement grew, several highly publicized confrontations with police would bring about mainstream awareness of the Black Panther Party. The allegations in these confrontations were serious, but the public accounts of them were typically one-sided and shaped largely by police. Media coverage depicted party members as a caricature of Black militancy.
The Black Panther Party was portrayed as a marauding gang. They say their goal was to kill all the white people.
In reality, the Panthers did call for radical change.
What they were hoping for was a revolution to overthrow the capitalist enterprise.
But what they called revolution might not actually sound so radical today.
Focused on socialism as a way of solving economic needs. They looked to places like Canada, which always had a democratic political system, but the economic system has always been socialism. So they want a democratic socialist country here in the United States, which they saw.
Just give me 1 sec, guys. That you did such a good job. Thank you. I love you, man. I love him so much, honestly. He's such a good kid, man.
So it's a more equitable, more humane system.
They released a 10-point plan for broad social reform that called for an end to police brutality and for Black employment, housing, education, and freedom from prison and jails. Chapters began forming across the country. They started to implement social programs, which they called survival programs.
The Panthers would say, put that theory into practice. If you really want to change minds, if you really want to meet the people where they are, you have to give them the services which they need.
The programs included food and clothing drives, free health clinics, and sickle cell disease testing, and were funded largely by volunteers and donations from businesses. One of their biggest programs was a free breakfast for children initiative.
Oh, beautiful.
Here we are living in 1966, 67, is the most wealthy nation in the world. And kids were going to school hungry, especially in African-American communities. So one of the first community service programs were free breakfast for school children.
And all the children had to do was come.
It was during this time that Akua and Jerry, then known as Deborah Johnson, met Fred Hampton.
I was a student at Wright City College, and Chairman Fred had come up to the school to speak, and he said, at the breakfast program, we feeding over 3,000 children a week. We're serious about making power to the people of reality. We're not just sitting up here jaw-jabbing and talking shit, you know. We about work. Yeah. And I said, damn, we serious about this business.
Fred Hampton grew up in Maywood, Illinois, just west of downtown Chicago. He became president of his local NAACP Youth Council in 1967, at 19 years old. Shortly after, he was recruited by a founder of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party.
That you can jail a revolutionary, but you can't jail a revolution. Right.
Because of his charismatic skills, he quickly rise to the top of the crop.
Here he is at age 21, building and leading the Illinois chapter Black Panther Party.
Soon after they met, and Jerry and Hampton became a couple.
Anybody that has met him or heard him speak, they say he wasn't bullshit. He was for real.
You have to understand that people have to pay the price for peace. If your dad struggle, your dad win. If your dad not to struggle, then goddamn it, you don't deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight for it.
Chicago in particular was a place where the party's ideals especially resonated. It was then the second largest American city, and due to decades of discriminatory policies, also one of the most segregated. Chicago's mayor at the time, Richard J. Daley, opposed neighborhood integration. And in the 1950s, the city had begun to redevelop certain neighborhoods, pushing low-income residents out and into densely packed, high-rise public housing in already overcrowded neighborhoods. Black people were pushed primarily to the south and west side of Chicago. A large Puerto Rican population was here in Lincoln Park, and poor white people were concentrated here in Uptown. These groups all faced similar problems.
They all had dilapidated schools, they all had dilapidated homes, they were all being drafted into Vietnam. Very few of those communities had health care.
In 1969, Hampton led the Panthers towards an unexpected alliance, a coalition of activists working across racial lines against a corrupt city government that threatened their communities.
We're going to fight racism, not racism, but we're going to fight with solidarity.
What they had in common was their poverty. So they was building a revolution based on class solidarity that transcends race, that they all had the same hell to pay.
Hampton named the group the Rainbow Coalition. It included the Black Panthers, a Puerto Rican group called the Young Lords, and a group called the Young Patriots, made up of largely poor white migrants from Appalachia who had moved to Chicago seeking economic opportunity.
We don't hate the motherfucking white people, we hate the oppressor, whether he be white, black, brown, or yellow. So we got to know that.
I don't mean sing Kumbaya and make a quilt. I'm talking about bringing them together on common things they could unite on. Not everything, but who could say that children do not deserve to have a healthy meal?
Hampton and other Panthers helped the Young Lords and Young Patriots launch their own social programs. They organized protests together. And it was working. Members were traveling across the country to organize Rainbow Coalition chapters.
Particularly where Black Panther chapters were, but also in these rural white communities as well, to bring the revolution to bear. This blows people's minds. These people are not supposed to get along, but here they are operating as brothers of the struggles, as revolutionaries against the capitalist structure. And that was the threat to the state at the local level, but also at the national level.
In 1968, the FBI had sent around this internal memo. It outlined goals to prevent the coalition of militant Black nationalist groups and prevent the rise of a messiah who could unify and electrify the militant Black nationalist movement. It wasn't written about Hampton specifically, but by 1969,
Chairman Fred Hampton was the one that fit the bill.
The revolution was in the air, and the ways in which the Panthers was able to transcend those racial lines, especially the charismatic leadership of one like Fred Hampton, they saw him as a greater threat even than Martin Luther King or Malcolm X ever was.
In one FBI memo about the Black Panthers' breakfast program, they claimed their real purpose was to poison minds with anti-white propaganda and indoctrinate youngsters in hate and violence.
The FBI, under the leadership of J. Edgar Hoover, had deemed the Black Panther Party as the #1 threat to the internal security of this country.
The FBI operated a counterintelligence program called COINTELPRO. It was a program that targeted dissident political groups in the U.S. Their methods typically went outside the law.
They were using tactics such as assassination, discrediting, false narratives. They were falsely putting people in prison and exile, which were all illegal.
Several Black Panthers were killed or imprisoned, including the party co-founders. In Chicago, the party was also targeted by Mayor Daley and the Chicago police.
Our office was burned down at least 3 times. People would disappear. You never see their bodies again.
Before you go to bed tonight, say I am a revolutionary. Make that the last word. In case you don't wake up, then somebody might believe it and you might, end up in what they call a revolutionary happy hunting grounds.
Hampton, a rising star at just 21 years old, knew he was a target too. He'd been arrested in 1968 for allegedly robbing an ice cream truck and handing out $71 of ice cream. In 1969, he was sentenced to 2 to 5 years in prison. He appealed and was released on bond, but lost the appeal. He'd have to return to prison by December 6th. On December 4th, around 4 a.m., 14 Chicago police officers arrived outside Hampton's apartment on Chicago's west side. Inside, Hampton and Jerry and 7 other Panthers were asleep.
I was very pregnant, and the first thing I remember was Chairman Fred had fell asleep while talking on the phone. The next thing I remember was someone in our room
started shaking the chair. Said,
Chairman, wake up, the pigs are vamping. And I'm seeing Chairman Fred look up, and then he laid his head back down real slow.
Officers kicked open the door and shot Mark Clark, a visitor from another party chapter. They shot a sleeping 18-year-old named Brenda Harris. Then they shot in the direction of Hampton's bed.
The mattress is just going, you can feel the bullets going into it.
I had moved over on top of Chairman Fred because there was shooting into our mattress. The person that had come into the room kept shouting, stop shooting, we have a pregnant sister in here. Eventually, the shooting stopped.
And Jerry was forced into the kitchen when she heard another voice.
Someone said he's barely alive.
He'll barely make it. I assume they were talking about Chairman Fred. Pig said, he's good and dead now.
As they took me out and jammed a revolver to my stomach as I was handcuffed behind my back, I didn't look towards our bedroom because I didn't know what I would see or how I would respond.
The police fired nearly 100 shots. Fred Hampton and Mark Clark were dead. The 7 surviving Panthers were arrested. And police smiled as they removed Hampton's body from the scene. The Chicago police and the state's attorney's office quickly shaped the narrative to call it a gunfight, a battle, and a shootout.
Officers involved in the raid testified that they were fired on from 4 different rooms in the apartment by shotgun.
And before I could get past the threshold, there were 3 shots fired from the rear bedroom.
They played back a story that you could not even fathom. They gave a fictional account of what happened, again vilifying the Black Panther Party.
I mean, they were firing at police.
Yes, sir. We saw the shots coming out of the 2 bedrooms.
This attack by the Black Panthers on the police clearly demonstrates the true character of the Black Panther Party.
But experts and lawyers hired by the Panthers, along with other journalists, inspected the crime scene. The Panthers even opened the apartment so that anyone could examine it. And a drastically different picture emerged. It was clear that the police had fired unprovoked. Of the nearly 100 shots fired, only one possible shot could have come from a Panther's gun, likely from Mark Clark at the front door. The bullet holes that the police said came from Black Panthers were nail heads. Later, it also emerged that the FBI had assisted Chicago police with the raid. The FBI had an informant within the Black Panther Party named William O'Neill, who had become chief of security in Hampton's bodyguard.
Fuck, man. Fuck this shit.
O'Neill had provided the FBI with a hand-drawn floor plan of the apartment, which the FBI then gave to Chicago police. And evidence strongly suggests that before the raid, O'Neill had drugged Hampton. In the years after Hampton's assassination, the police and the FBI continued to imprison dozens of party members across the country. The official Black Panther Party would continue to exist until 1982, but membership decreased dramatically, and it would never be the same.
And I hope that each one of you will be able to die in the international proletarian revolutionary struggle, or even be able to live in it. And I think that struggle is going to come. Why don't you live for the people? Why don't you struggle for the people? Why don't you die for the people?
Fred Hampton wanted revolution. Those in power wanted to destroy him and what he stood for.
Judas and the Black
But
Messiah.
they weren't totally successful.
Chairman Fred lives. You know what I'm saying? Through the military assault, through the destruction of the party as an organization itself, by the state, the legacy of the party is still here.
So this is what I mean, right? Like the Black Panthers built a coalition with three different parties. But once Fred Hampton was murdered, all of it just crumbled. All of it. Why? Because it was Fred Hampton and the leaders of the movement who leaders of the Black Panthers who were truly doing the advocacy. Where did the others go? Where did these other two parties go? Where did those poor white people go? What happened? Why didn't they help carry on the legacy?
Today, the work of Fred Hampton is alive through some of the same programs that marked him as a threat.
Many of the programs that the Panthers created are now staples of our society. We didn't have free breakfast in schools prior to the Black Panther Party's free breakfast program. Those free clinics, almost every major college campus got a free legal aid clinic. The ways in which sickle cell testing is now respected as a disease by the CDC and others. None of that stuff existed before the party. I think that's revolutionary.
The history of the Black Panther Party.
I've spoken about equity for all. I really thought you were going to say going to drop "We Are Charlie Kirk." No. Carry the flame. No. I do want to say this, right? I've spoken about equity for all a fair bit, and people often ask, or have asked, not recently though, I don't know why, but have often asked, what do you mean by equity? Like, what's an example? What's a practical example? And the one example I give always is free school lunches for children. Because that is the most equitable thing we can do, is to provide free school lunches for children. It's so simple, but it's such a big deal, among other things. But free school lunches for children, for me, like we have a program here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, which got gutted when the new government came in, and they started giving children like shit food. But there was like this program of giving children fresh, healthy food. It was such a good program. And I think free, healthy lunches for children is the most equitable thing we can do as a society. It's so important because it levels the playing field when it comes to education. Kids are measured with the same exams, same end of year exams, same tests, same curriculum. But some kids do go through that curriculum hungry, and some kids go through it with fresh, healthy food in their stomachs. Right? Obviously, the ones with fresh, healthy foods in their stomach are gonna do better. There are studies after studies that hunger it has a negative impact on your studying. And free breakfast, free school lunches, these are all just simple ass things we can do to create a better society. The people who most don't want to do it, especially in Aotearoa, New Zealand, are white people. Unfortunately. Not all, but there are a few racist white people in Aotearoa, New Zealand, who do not want to do it. These are the same people who don't believe in Maori sovereignty, who don't who don't agree with Maori even being indigenous to Aotearoa, New Zealand. It's fucking, it's silly. It's silly shit.
It's going toe to toe with this government. Will never die. Never die.
How can you not agree they're indigenous? Oh, they just make fucking stories up. Like some random Celts were here apparently before. There's no evidence of any of that shit. They just make stuff up and then try and yeah, and a lot of people believe this stuff, Yo Flexo. It's crazy. That's the more overt types of denialism and bigotry. The vast majority of deniers of Maori sovereignty just don't agree with the document that's been signed, which is Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the Maori version. Because there was an English version created, and then that was translated into Maori, and the Maori chiefs like most of the Maori chiefs signed the Maori version because that's what they knew, Maori, right? But obviously, the English colonizers were fucked around and didn't translate it properly. Didn't put the whole translation in on purpose. They did the Maori one with a few different words that they knew Maori people would have signed, but in the English one, they had switched it slightly, which took away sovereignty. Some of the most racist shit, man, you'll see in Aotearoa, New Zealand. But one of the things that makes New Zealand great for free speech and talking about stuff like this is the power that Maori have in New Zealand society. Maori people make it easier for me to talk about issues like this, because Maori sovereignty is linked to the freedoms we have in this country. It isn't just white people telling you how the world should be. There is an indigenous perspective here, but that is also being threatened by some of the most bigoted fuckwits in the country. So, yeah, it's a tough time. It's a tough time here. But again, it's random Celts isn't racist, IMO? Really? What? Hey, Sunflower Soul. Random Celt is a hell of a nickname as long as it isn't racist, but it will always be. Oh, it's racist as fuck. It's stupid. It's trying to deny Maori their indigeneity. It's whiteness feeling precious about not being, the top and the most special being in this country. That indigeneity is seen as taking away white people's privileges. And of course, white fragility. Let's not forget, there is no violence like white fragility. Okay. Let's get into this. This is a really nice one. When white supremacists overthrew the government, it was insidious colonialism smiling in your face while stabbing you in the back. Yeah, exactly. It's nuts. And the thing is, like, the British can't claim, oh, no, we didn't do that here. We didn't do that in Aotearoa, when they were mass murdering people everywhere else in the world and drawing up agreements just like this. I don't think British settlers had a leg to stand on or British people who now gaslight everybody have a leg to stand on, because the Brits were doing horrific shit around the world. Europeans were doing horrific shit, and weren't really sticking to their agreements, you know? It's yeah, so it's no surprise that the Brits like cheated Maori, basically. It's no surprise. No surprise at all. Okay, let's get into this. When white supremacists overthrew a government.
For a long time, if you went to the library in Wilmington, North Carolina, there was one thing you weren't allowed to research.
We were refused. We were rejected by the librarian.
When I asked about or inquired about 1898, they wanted to know why.
I was told that, yes, they had something, but they kept it under lock and key.
The story of Wilmington in 1898 still isn't widely known. What happened here on what's now just this empty patch of grass would radically change racial politics in North Carolina. This is the story of an American election, but also of something we don't usually find in American history: the violent overthrow of a democratically elected government.
Isn't this after the Civil War?
In the late 1800s, Wilmington, North Carolina was the state's largest city. It had a majority black population, and historians today describe it as a rarity in the post-Civil War American South.
Wilmington, prior to November 1898, was what the New South could be at the cusp of the 20th century.
There was an unusual degree of black prosperity.
In Wilmington, there were successful black entrepreneurs, doctors, teachers, but also black elected officials. And for a time, that was true throughout the state. Take a look at the politicians on this poster of the 1889 North Carolina House of Representatives. Here at the bottom are black Republican representatives, some from Wilmington. North Carolina also sent 4 black Republicans to the U.S. Congress between 1875 and 1899. The Democratic and Republican parties of 1898 in many ways occupied opposite parts of the political spectrum than they do today.
Most African Americans were voting for the Republican Party, and the Democratic Party was white voters almost exclusively. White supremacy was the central focus of the platform for the Democratic Party.
Republicans in North Carolina were successful in part because of a third party called the Populist Party, made up of mostly white farmers fed up with the tough economic times. North Carolina populists joined up with Republicans to form what they called the Fusion Party. And in the elections of 1894 and 1896, the Fusion Party defeated the Democrats in sweeping victories statewide. That meant North Carolina now had a government that shared power between black and white politicians, including a newly elected Republican governor. Together, they moved
Goddamn libs, man. Yeah. Oh.
Towards reforms that would favor black Americans and working class whites.
This was something that the Democratic Party folks were simply not going to accept.
A multiracial government wasn't just a disappointment for Democrats. It was more like a humiliation. They needed a plan to take back control of the state in the next election. So party leaders like Furnifold Simmons, future U.S. Senator, Charles Aycock, future North Carolina governor, and this man, Alfred Moore Waddell, came up with one: to beat the Fusion Party by luring white populist voters away from their alliance with black voters. Wilmington, with a large black population and a local fusion government in power, would be a focus of their campaign.
Uh-oh.
The State Democratic Party handbook for 1898 laid out their goal: consolidate the white vote by stoking white anger and resentment. It said, "This is a white man's country, and white men must control and govern it."
And then people will say, oh, yeah, what are you talking about, white supremacy and white privilege? What are you talking about? What are you talking about with white supremacy? What are you talking about, white privilege?
Their most effective tool was the media. One of North Carolina's...
By the way, none of this shit has ended, okay? None of this shit about luring white people away to vote against black people has not ended. It's still very real. Guys, read the book White Fear. Americans, read the book White Fear. You'll understand what I mean.
Biggest newspapers was a Democratic Party mouthpiece. It ran racist political cartoons throughout 1898.
Not everybody was literate in 1898, but to see a political cartoon of the type that ran, you may not be able to read it, but you know exactly what it means.
Many of the cartoons were centered on the threat of Negro rule, even though the fusion government was mostly white. They also played up another fear.
Black men threatening white women became a theme. White men need to do all that they can to protect white womanhood.
This was all part of North Carolina Democratic strategy, but it echoed the national racist rhetoric of the time. In one speech that Democrats printed in a Wilmington paper, a prominent Georgia writer named Rebecca Felton said,
"If it takes lynching a black man a day to protect white womanhood, I say lynch."
Her speech prompted a Wilmington...
And this is why I separate white feminism from all other areas. It's because it wouldn't have just been her; it would have been a popular sort of view, and these would be the people. These would be the types of women who would have fought for the ability to have the vote in America as well. So, you like white feminism, I think, is one of the most misogynistic ideologies and movements in the world, because it excludes completely from it, as the name suggests, any other women of color. And women of color who are part of this white feminist system are usually women, I guess, who are looking for a place to belong as a feminist, but join groups that are actually against their own race, that they join racist groups by mistake, or they don't understand that they're upholding the values of white supremacy. And it happens, right? There are brown women and black women too who hold up white supremacy through white feminist structures, and men as well. I mean, brown and black men hold up white supremacy through white supremacist structures. It's all there. But yeah, this is the type of person that I imagine helped white women get the vote, but did not want black or brown women to have the vote at the same time.
A black man named Alex Manley, owner of the black-run Daily Record newspaper, to respond with a column. He made a simple observation that, at the time, was shocking.
That white women who had...
Never ever take ideologies like feminism as one ideology. Race plays a huge, huge factor in these ideologies, especially white people. White supremacy plays a massive role in these ideologies. They exclude women of color. I mean, where has white feminism been for the Palestinian women, They're probably called Palestinian women terrorists through all of this. So, yeah, I don't trust any of these fucking Western movements.
Had liaisons with black men did so voluntarily and enthusiastically.
Manley wrote, "Every Negro lynched is called a big burly black brute, when in fact many were sufficiently attractive for white girls to fall in love with them."
Manley pretty much said, in a nutshell, sometimes white women choose to be with black men.
Manley's editorial became another tool for Democrats. Newspapers reprinted it, called it a horrid slander, and ran comments about it on a daily basis. It was just a few months before the election, and white voters were angry.
By the time the election rolls around on November 8th, black voters, Republican voters, had been thoroughly intimidated here.
By all accounts, the elections of 1898 were a sham.
The Democratic Party had a paramilitary group called the Red Shirts. They attacked and blocked black residents from
The
voting.
Red Shirts.
At a rally just before the election.
The Red Shirts. Let's see. Hitler borrowed like crazy from America. I'm sure Hitler's brown shirts came somehow from the red shirts. Who knows? But I wouldn't be surprised.
Alfred Moore Waddell provoked the crowds. He said, "Negro office holding ought at once and forever be brought to an end, even if we have to choke the current of the Cape Fear River with carcasses." The votes were counted, and the Democrats won.
Democratic candidates won every seat they had a candidate up for election in.
But some local fusionist politicians remained in power because their seats hadn't been up for re-election, like the white Republican mayor and the Board of Aldermen. And of course, the election did nothing to undo the economic power black folks held in the city. The Democrats had won the election, but their goal of total white supremacist control remained out of reach.
And so they engineered what was essentially a coup d'etat.
The day after the election, at a gathering for white men in Wilmington, the Democrats unveiled a document called the White Declaration of Independence. It contained an ultimatum. Cynthia Brown, whose descendants were in Wilmington back in 1898, is a historian at her church where there's a preserved copy of the Declaration from the next day's newspaper.
We will no longer be ruled and will never again be ruled by men of African origin.
They would strip black men of voting rights. They would give white men a large part of the employment heretofore given to black men. And as for Alex Manly, we demand that he leave this city forever within 24 hours. The next morning, hundreds of white men marched to the offices of the Daily Record. Manly was gone. He had fled to save his own life. They set the Daily Record building on fire. This is where it once stood.
Once the white leadership destroyed Alex Manly's printing press, they destroyed one way in which the African American community in Wilmington could organize itself and keep itself informed.
Yep. They went after the press. Always remember, guys, whenever people tell you that social media, what are you doing on social media? Get off it and, do something useful or whatever. Remember that social media is your opportunity to spread your message, and you should not take it lightly. It is really a tool to allow you to create community, create relationships. It's a tool that you must leverage, especially in today's world. And when you see before, when they burnt that shit down, or that access, that printing press would have been access and reach, all of that gone from that building. They can't do that anymore. They can't just burn your fucking building down. It's the internet. So don't waste it. Don't waste it at all.
At City Hall, the mayor and Board of Aldermen were forced out.
There's 200 armed men in City Hall at the time. They didn't do it of their own free will. And as they resigned, a new member selected by the Democratic Party was voted into office.
Waddell, who once threatened to fill the Cape Fear River with black bodies, was the new mayor of Wilmington. Meanwhile, the mob had grown to about 2,000 men, and the violence spilled into the streets. In these photos, X's mark where the first black residents were killed.
The stories are that they were dumped into the river, and there are varying stories about how many people were killed.
I see 40 to 60 clearly as fatalities as a result of the violence, but I think it was higher.
Many black residents hid for days in the swamps and the wooded cemeteries in the city, including Cynthia's great-grandmother. And thousands of other residents fled Wilmington, never to return. Shortly afterward, Democrats printed booklets celebrating a glorious victory, and in the newspapers depicted black residents as the instigators.
This image is a
gross misrepresentation of what actually happened during 1898. You know, what you see is African American men with guns, not white men with machine guns.
The city never regained its black majority population. Jim Crow laws like literacy tests and poll taxes that prevented black people from voting were immediately enacted, and Wilmington's spirit of black opportunity was crushed. Black political representation in the state was over. It would be 90 years until North Carolina elected its next black Congress member.
Wilmington did a really great job of covering up a very dark past for a very long time.
Over the years, the textbooks on North Carolina's history have struggled to accurately describe what happened in 1898. This one from 1933 says the situation was unfortunate for both races. And this one from 1978 doesn't have that much more detail. But they both praise Charles Aycock, a politician who helped perpetrate the riot. They say he had a keen mind and a kind heart, and that, in fact, he was one of the best friends that the colored people had in the state. It's a legacy that North Carolina has yet to fully undo. The names of the perpetrators are on Wilmington's school buildings and city parks. But the legacy is also bigger than those names. Turn on the news, and the state's long history of political suppression echoes.
We turn to a strict new voter ID law in North Carolina. Racial gerrymandering and a push for new voting maps.
The court says the Republican-led legislature redrew congressional districts along racial lines, violating the Constitution.
There's a tremendous amount of intimidation that is still felt by the black community.
It doesn't have to be mass mayhem and violence in the streets.
The strategy shifts towards designing state laws in such a way that you could exclude blacks from voter participation.
The subliminal pursuit of continuing the white Declaration of Independence.
And if you don't see it for what it really is, it can happen all over again.
Yeah. It's insane how subtle it can be sometimes. But once you start to connect the dots, it seems extremely obvious. But it's not always obvious for everybody. It takes a little bit of time. It takes a little bit of time for people to understand. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. Hey, Lava, welcome. Welcome. What up? What up? Okay. Now we're gonna talk about Native Americans, and this one was really nice. Again, I went down. I wouldn't call it a rabbit hole. It's not a rabbit hole. It's just I went down quite an educational line today after the morning live. After I picked my son up from school and came home, I was listening to these. Guten Tag, Toffee, welcome. And this was really nice, very informative. Vox does some good stuff, man. Vox really does some good stuff. Hold up. Let me just refresh this because the quality is just fucked. Do you have the Move bombing on the playlist today, Noisy? What? The Move? What's the Move? The Move bombing? I don't know what that is. Shiny. I do need to use the bathroom though. Good timing. Thank you, Shiny, for reminding me. Let's have some calming music for a bit because I feel like they blew up a block in Philly. Oh yes. Yes. Gossip Girl. Philadelphia cops bombed a black liberation organization called MOVE, destroyed whole city blocks like 60 houses. Yes, yes, yes. No, you're right. You're right. In 1985, yeah, I've heard about that actually. Yes, I have seen that. We should watch it. I think Vox has done one, right? I think Vox did one. But give me a couple of seconds, guys. Let me just use the bathroom quickly. Oh, hilarious. No white person should be allowed to talk about the Chinese re-education camps without addressing what their ancestors have done in so many different places. Like the fact that this sort of assimilation and re-education and genocide doesn't get talked about in media, while China's gets talked about so much, just shows how ridiculously unbalanced everything is. Yeah, man. It was horrific in New Zealand. It was horrific in Australia. Oh man, I think Canada was fucked up too. Like lots of mass deaths, mass graves. It's bad. Looked into this after going down the rabbit hole of the stolen generation in Oz. We all followed this insane colonial genocidal playbook. Yeah. It's crazy. It's so crazy that this happened. Honestly, like, yeah. You know, sometimes I look at India and I go, well, at least, you know, after they murdered and stole so much from India, they left. But they never really left. That's the thing. That's the other thing. It's like India's still being looted. India is still being looted, of course. Nothing's changed in terms of wealth being taken. They just found different ways of doing it. But man, what happened in Australia? What happened in Australia, New Zealand, like America's? It's horrendous shit, man. What we did was truly reprehensible, and it only ended a short time ago. There's a color TV video of an old guy bragging about poisoning indigenous people when he was, oh fuck, man. Like when I see stuff like that, it's the joy of how these people are speaking about other human beings. It's the joy of like the joy they're feeling about taking people's lives away. They really didn't think they were human beings. I don't think white supremacy still does. White supremacy, I think, still doesn't see a lot of brown and black people as human beings. But then, you know, it was widespread. It was everywhere. They just didn't see any of these indigenous communities as human. It's so bad. They committed some of the worst atrocities, man.
When you're adopted, you know you're missing something. I think I've likened it to having like
likely covered the stolen generation. Yeah, we've covered a lot of ground around the world. Like we've covered a lot of indigenous stories, a lot of different types of stories. Australia in particular, we've covered a fair bit of Australia, but it's never enough. You know what I mean? The real Zach. So if you have some suggestions, I'm happy to take some suggestions. If you guys do have suggestions, please consider joining our Discord. We have a documentary recommendations channel that you can join and recommend whatever you have. Denial of humanity is a cornerstone of white supremacy. Yes, 100%. The fucking can you believe that the white people are angry? The white people are angry that the indigenous kids have families? Are you serious? Are you fucking... Oh my... Sorry, I said a bad word. Sorry. Oh my gosh. They're angry that they have families? Just got censored, yeah, straight up. Oh my days. Karen here is having a go because she has to give a baby back. It's like, I think for these people, they're like little pets, you know? Like you get used to pets. I think that's what it's like for these people. Oh my goodness. It's so sick, man. Oh, fuck. That's an arc I didn't expect. They're angry because these children have real parents and they want to like still keep them. Oh no, man. How depraved the caucasity of it all. Oh my goodness. The caucasity. You did teach me caucasity. Thank you, Ams. Yes, Amber did teach me caucasity. But oh my. Okay, man. Whew. America, fuck yeah, coming again to steal the Native American children, yeah, America. Oh my gosh. This is a little feel good. Oh man, I can't, man. What the fuck is going on, guys? What is this? This is sickness. They were angry that these children were actually stolen from their parents. No. They weren't angry that these kids were stolen from their parents. They were angry that they had to give them back. Oh my gosh, man, I can't. Oh.
Preseason games don't count, you say? Try telling that to the 6'9" offensive lineman for the Cowboys who got a standing ovation here in Arizona after a fourth quarter garbage time touchdown. His name is Shiaz Pete. He went undrafted out of Kentucky, and he drew a crowd here at State Farm Stadium, not of Wildcats alums, but Navajo tribal members. And the Cowboys picked up Pete. He became the first Navajo ever to sign with an NFL team. Tonight, wearing number 75, Pete helped block on Phil Maffa's late touchdown run in the Cowboys' 34-13 win at the Cardinals. But the real highlight came after the play, when Cowboys teammates stepped away from the bench so Pete alone could get a standing ovation from a sea of Navajo here in Glendale to watch him blaze his trail.
The standing ovation was incredible. I lost count of how many Navajo Nation flags I saw. Phoenix is home to a lot of Navajo people, a lot of Native Americans. What did I see? I saw hope, courage. It was surreal. It's hard to find the words to describe it. English probably isn't the language I'd describe it in, but it was that.
Pete is the tallest player Dallas has right now.
I love
he is fighting from behind to make this Cowboys roster, listed on the depth chart as the third right guard. But no matter what happens from here, he will always own a line in the NFL history books for Navajo Nation.
I have a video of this guy actually. I saw Pete. I saw a video of Pete come up on my timeline, and Pete dropped Pete speech. No. Oh my gosh. Pete. Here we go.
Well, that was an incredible win. I am very fortunate to be amongst you and to play in the same field where the same star hold it on our chest. And I'm proud of us. I'm proud of how far we've come. Man, this game, fate, brought us here as strangers, but this game, this star, this team will make us brothers. Yes,
One, two, three,
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, what a nice speech, eh? Yeah, Orpheus, this came up before. You reminded me. It's a really nice little uplifting. What an absolute unit. Yeah. He is a big, big human. Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Okay. 6'9" is insane. It's so like even for the NFL, he's huge. He could have been in the NBA easy. Okay. So how America's legacy of racial terror still affects black wealth. Interestingly, this documentary is by Forbes. I have a friend who's 6'10". Oh my goodness. How about them Cowboys? Well, god dang, folks, I tell you what. That dang Native American boy, she ass Pete. God damn it, he can play. She ass Pete. Sign him up. She ass Pete, folks. God dang, he can play, that boy. He's big, ain't he? I didn't know Native Americans made them that big, but dang, that boy can play. Tell you what. Nah, I can't say any of the things I want to say, honestly. It's no good. I don't think Cletus's dad would have anything nice to say. I don't think Cletus's dad would have anything nice to say, honestly.
Each pin on this map marks the location of an attack on Black Americans and their communities from the Civil War into the 1900s. It's no accident you're unlikely to find many of these in American history textbooks. There's been a concerted effort to whitewash and cover many of them up. But while some of the stories may have been scrubbed from the records and textbooks throughout history, survivors and their descendants are speaking out, shedding light on the violent events that took place in their communities and exposing the lingering social and economic damage caused by some of the worst racial violence in American history. After the American Civil War, the country entered a period known as Reconstruction, during which it set about reintegrating the Confederate States and nearly 4 million newly freed enslaved people. But African Americans were hardly given a foundation on which to build their new lives after the war. No reparations were paid to the formerly enslaved for what they and their families had endured for generations. Many had been told they'd be given a small plot of land to get started on, and while there were plans to allocate some land to the formerly enslaved after the war, such as Special Field Order No. 15, much of the land seized by Union forces or promised to African Americans was later given back to white Southern citizens, ex-slave owners, and to white Northern entrepreneurs. The following decade saw African Americans slowly gain more economic and political power. They bought land, started businesses, and built schools. But in many places where African Americans succeeded, white Americans set out to destroy that success.
The Civil War was a revolution. It destroyed the most powerful slave-owning class in the world, and now the question is, what's going to replace it? The freed people had a clear understanding of what their freedom meant. They wanted self-determination. They wanted to reconstitute their families. They wanted to live as far away from white people as they could. They basically wanted to be left alone. But they also wanted to be citizens, and they wanted to exercise the rights that other citizens did. And so on some level, Reconstruction was designed to answer this question about the meaning of freedom. And so African Americans became citizens. Slavery's abolished with the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment nationalizes citizenship and creates due process. And so now black people have equal protection before the law, and they can now run for office, hold office, and participate in society. It succeeded for a brief time that it existed. Black people were running for election, they were holding office, there were integrated schools. We were beginning to act and behave like a democracy. By 1877, as the North tires of Reconstruction, we see the withdrawal of troops and on some level, really the withdrawal of federal protection of black people's rights. Just because the federal government said Reconstruction was over didn't mean that black people stopped living their lives like free people. They continued to hold office. They continued to form these very important biracial political parties and movements. They joined interracial unions. They began to own businesses, in some cases owning land. Extraordinary success in the face of a lot of violence and not much federal protection. But what happens in the 1890s is that the Southern elite decides for themselves what the meaning of freedom is going to be. They're going to strip black people of their citizenship. White supremacy.
Hey, what do you guys think about a movie now? I know it's going to be controversial. I don't know if it's terms of service. I need to ask you. But what do you think about watching... is it How to Build a Nation or whatever? What's that movie? That really racist movie? Is it How to Build a Nation? The Birth of a Nation, sorry. Yeah, The Birth of a Nation. You know, I'm a music nut. This track might be relevant to the topic tonight. Nice. Like, am I allowed to show that? Is that too much? Yeah. Is that too much to show? Maybe we can do like a front page thing as well. I still haven't done a front page thing on Twitch. I wonder if we could do like a front page thing and do Birth of a Nation. Call it like the most racist movie ever made or something. I don't know. Oh, well, is it the most racist movie ever made? It could be. If it's toss, you can do it in Discord. Yeah, true.
Is reconstituted in the 1890s. It can't look the same as it did in slavery. And so what you end up with is disfranchisement and segregation and sharecropping and convict labor and debt peonage. But underwriting that is extraordinary violence and terror.
I like this phrase that sociologists and historians often use to describe the country in terms of race relations. And that is that this was a period they described as the nadir of race relations in America.
How can anybody think that there can be class solidarity without undoing undoing white supremacy and white privilege. How is it even possible? Like, do we honestly think that it's possible? I don't understand it, honestly.
The low point of race relations in America. And they use that language because there was this proliferation of these events that were called race riots. They were mainly assaults on black communities. It was in New York and Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Memphis, and Omaha, and Chicago, and D.C. Summer and fall of 1919 was...
Holy shit, did my subscriptions just drop from like 181 to 167? What the hell happened? Excuse me? It was like at over 180 before. What the heck happened? Anyway.
Dubbed by James Weldon Johnson, who was with the NAACP, as Red Summer. Red is a metaphorical reference to blood that flowed through the streets from all this violence.
Must have ticked
World
over,
War
right?
I. The other thing that's happening during this period is lynching. Lynching is simply a form of domestic terrorism aimed more often than not at black folks. The real aim is to strike fear in the hearts and minds of a group, black folks in this case, to make sure that black folks knew and stayed in their place. And so lynching was running rampant during this period.
The Elaine that we see today is very different from the Elaine at the time of the massacre. At the time of the massacre, it was one of the fastest.
It's all good, guys. I've just put it down to the next closest 10.
Growing cities and local economies in the state. The bulk of this new revenue that was coming in was from cotton sales. Cotton's at the heart of understanding what happened during the Elaine massacre. First of all, there are sharecroppers.
Oh
the
my
official
goodness. Okay. 8-bit supercomputer, thank you so much for the gift. 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, 8-bit. Thank you. Oh. Merit. The media wench. Carl Sagan on acid. Oh, I love it. Look at this dot. Forte and thick communist. Thick communist, hello. Amazing. Great name. Love it. I love these names. These were great. Carl Sagan on acid and thick communist in the same room. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you've watched Carl Sagan's series Cosmos. In one of the episodes, he plays Pink Floyd. He's playing Pink Floyd, and I was like, "Yep, that's pretty Carl Sagan, man. That's very Carl Sagan." Carl Sagan on acid. Oh my gosh, I reckon Carl Sagan did a lot of acid. I reckon Sagan was an acid guy. If you watched Cosmos, you'll know exactly what I mean.
name for it is debt peonage. On its surface, it seems very, very fair. Planters offer plots of their land to sharecroppers in exchange for their labor. The way the system is supposed to work is at the end of the growing season, the profits from the harvest are supposed to be split 50-50. Half going to the planter, the other half going to the laborer. However, this isn't what normally happened. There's an inherent problem when you have a planter that has to go a whole growing season and he has no income. Yeah.
I had something called cluster headaches, so I'm not going to say I did it, but I may have. I can't remember. But yeah, we were watching The Wall. Pink Floyd, The Wall. We also watched Pink Floyd in the same session. We watched Pink Floyd. They were in like a Greek ruin. Dark Side of Oz is legendary. Yeah, live at Pompeii. Yes, live at Pompeii. Oh, Oh my gosh, Live in Pompeii is just, oh, I remember that. I remember that. Subscribing to Noisy Immigrant is cheaper than going to university. That's funny. Yeah, that I remember when I hit the thresh, the um late to the game, but if you were to stream Birth of a Nation, you could maybe double bill it with Oscar Michaud's Within Our Gates 1920, which was a direct response and middle finger to Griffith's racist movie. It's all public domain and on the Internet Archive. Oh, that is awesome. Yes, we should do that. Hey man, like, okay, look. Is it going to be terms of, is it going to be toss? Can we just check if it's going to be toss? Because I think what Valve has just suggested here would be incredible. Do Birth of a Nation and the response to it. Oh my gosh, yes! That is incredible. What a show that would be. Wow. We can make it like a pajama night or something. We can do it like a pajama night. There's depictions of lynchings and rape. It's probably toss, no matter the framing. Oh, man. I really want to watch it, eh? Let me message Twitch. I'll message Twitch and I'll see. But for educational purposes, I'll ask, what was that? What was that one you said? Within Our Gates, 1920. Within Our Gates, 1920. Okay. Oh my goodness. What an episode that would be. Oh man. Oh shit. That was awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for that suggestion, Valve. That Valve, right? Like, am I saying your name right? Valve? By the way, Noisy, the Spotify link I shared earlier is by an artist called Moor Mother. Yes, it's this. Hey, how can I open it in app? Oh, you did? Ah. I hear you, reality. We got to do the 1915. We got to do the original racist movie. We got to do the original. If we're going to do the response to it, we've got to do the original and then the response.
You have to ask yourself, how does he survive? And he survives by borrowing from the planter. And this is where the plantation store comes into play. Every plantation.
Yeah, I'm 120 years old. Nice. Oh man, I'm actually pretty hyped for this. I really want to check it.
Had a plantation store. Its sharecroppers could go to that store and get items on credit. What most people don't know is that the credit offered at this store was at astronomical rates. Even when the sharecropper received his half of the shares, quite often because of these doctored books and these inflated prices, he was never able to get out of debt. And therefore, he really could not leave because he owed money. What sharecropping or debt peonage did was enable planters.
Sorry. Good night, my love. Come here. How about you say good night to everyone?
Good night, everyone.
Give me a kiss. I love. Yes, my love.
Can I tell you something?
Of course you can tell me something.
How long is that video?
This video is another 20 or so minutes. What?
When you finish that, are you gonna finish?
No, you go sleep now, please.
And then when are you gonna finish the whole live?
Our live will finish in an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours. Come here 1 second. Come here 1 second. Aaron, I need you to say something. I need you to tell me something. I need you to tell me something. Hey! Hey, come back.
To have a workforce that they virtually paid nothing for. The planters would sell the cotton and quite often come back and say, well, this is all I got for it, and pay the sharecropper only a fraction of the half that he was supposed to get. This kept them in perpetual debt, and with a judicial system that was not going to allow them to leave the debt hanging, the sharecroppers were in essence made slaves. African Americans had just gone off to war. So many African Americans who had participated in the war were given promises that if they went and fought this war, they return as full-fledged citizens. So when they return to these cotton fields and they find themselves being cheated just as they had before, they believe that they have recourse. And the recourse that they believe they have now is the courts. They band together,
Melanin.
form
Good
a
morning.
union, hire an
Morena.
attorney, and this will be their undoing once the planters find out. The last evening of September of 1919, there is a meeting called for the Progressive Farmers and Household Union. This was the union that the sharecroppers had formed to sue the plantation owners for their rights. Plantation owners got wind that these meetings were happening. They sent out bands of people who are also sheriffs and law enforcement, but also individuals who work on the
Oh my goodness. Oh, Messelhoff, thank you. Another 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Tau SJ, Nejnok, Reef Warden, Zahife, the Juan. Oh, like the one, this Juan, like this one, this Juan. Welcome everybody. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Amazing. Thank you so much, Messelhoff. Thank you.
those plantations as sort of overseers. There's a shooting that occurs right outside of one of the meetings. 2 of the individuals who have been sent there by the planters, 2 of them law enforcement agents, one is injured and one is killed. And when the report gets out of the shooting, those individuals that had gone there to razz the meeting will begin passing on messages that are totally unfounded at that point, that there was an insurrection going to take place and that this insurrection was intended to overthrow the county and displace white rule there. The response to that report will be that hundreds of individuals will pour in from neighboring counties. The White American Legion that had just been established months before would be deputized. These men are sent out to arrest the Union members. And there's a shootout when they return and try to arrest them. From DC, orders will come to the governor and to military bases there that 500 troops will be mobilized and sent in by the federal government. Even though the sharecroppers are arrested, this isn't enough to stop the mobs that have already been called in. They begin shooting at any Black person that they saw. Many Blacks will begin hiding in the swamps or hiding in thickets. These men in small groups will begin hunting them out. They saw the military trains arrive, and when the troops came looking for Blacks, they assumed that they were there to help them. So Blacks began coming out of the woods and going toward the soldiers and were shot down, some of them by machine gunners. The governor himself raced over in a car to try to be there for the photo ops and to participate.
My grandfather said they were surrounding people and they was, shooting birds and asking questions, even with women and children. They lost friends in the massacre because all of them stayed in the area, and when people came, they were just shooting everybody. They wasn't you got seen, you got shot.
Everything was.
Or how about this? What if we watch just the response to the birth of a nation? Because the response is, yeah, I mean, that's not, I don't know. Actually.
Just shoot to kill, shoot to kill. And then I was told that when they had killed the black, a ditch was dug and they all were thrown into that ditch as one big lump sum, not a grave, not a burial, but all were thrown in a ditch.
Their homes were formerly slave cabins that are on the property or shanties that had been largely established by the planters and weren't owned by them. What we see is looting of these cabins, the taking of the little livestock they have, and the taking of property that belonged to them. We do not know how many people were killed. There has never been a single grave that has been discovered or recovered. People had to make a conscious decision whether you stayed and you continued to work or whether you fled. And a great number of people fled after this event.
According to some descendants, as residents fled the town and surrounding Phillips County, they were forced to leave behind land they owned, which was then stolen by white residents, some of whom perpetrated the massacre. While evidence of black land ownership in and around Elaine from the time period has been difficult to find, some black descendants claim that's because a lot of the documents were likely destroyed. What is clear is that a consistent oral history of land theft has been passed down through generations of black residents of Phillips County.
We ain't got no proof, but we do have the oral stories. And if you listen to the oral stories, all of them assisted. You know, people can't make this stuff up. You know, if you listen to these stories, you cannot make this up.
The families of plantation owners have made themselves considerably wealthy from the cotton boom that took place there and the generations that were able to either exploit slavery or exploit black labor through debt peonage. But there was no profit and there was no gain for the individuals who actually were out there doing the work.
Yeah.
And now, like the old hedge clippers, they've all been discarded, forgotten, left behind. And that's where Elaine is today. It has some of the highest poverty rates in the country, high unemployment rates. It's riddled with health issues, poor drinking water. There is no school in the town. They have to bus their children out.
It's a lot of money here, but there's no generation wealth for black people. When the killing was over, all the wealth for black people just went away.
Going to Elaine is like going to the end of the world. There's only one way in and one way out.
One of the ironies about Oklahoma is that it comes late into statehood, 1907, and it had been promoted, even by black folks, as kind of a promised land, a Beulah land, a land of opportunity, because it had not come into statehood and there were diverse folks here, including natives. There were calls for black folks to come to Oklahoma to get away from the Deep South and the rigid segregation that existed.
Have I watched the TV series version of The Watchmen? No, I have not. Don't Tulsa me.
There. Tulsa really transitioned from sort of a dusty Western outpost to a much more cosmopolitan city at the turn of the 20th century, primarily attributable to the discovery of oil. Tulsa was a segregated city, as were many cities during this period. The black community sat just north of the Frisco tracks. Black folks were segregated into this geographic area, but they actually leveraged segregation to create an economic enclave that was very successful because folks were, based on the constraint of segregation, forced to trade with and do business with one another. It became an enclave of not just entrepreneurs and business folks, but a bunch of professionals, doctors, lawyers, dentists, accountants, etc. And there were economic successes throughout the country in these segregated black neighborhoods and some beyond the confines of segregation. Oklahoma, in the run-up to statehood, becomes really a bastion of the same kind of white supremacist notions that existed in the Deep South. The massacre was caused by a number of things. The Greenwood District, the black community in Tulsa, sat on land that was desired by industrialists, including railroad executives. We also have to think about white supremacy and the psychological dynamics that were operative, not just in Tulsa, but throughout the United States. In Tulsa, you have kind of an extreme example because you have black wealth in this segregated community that abuts downtown Tulsa, white Tulsa. If you're a white person, you could literally stand on the Frisco tracks and look over into North Tulsa and see black folks who were driving nice cars, owning their own homes, having their own businesses. And that was, in my estimation, the cause for cognitive dissonance. Black folks were faring much better economically in Tulsa than many white folks thought they should be. Another factor was the KKK. The Ku Klux Klan, an iconic domestic terrorist organization which had a foothold in Oklahoma throughout the 1920s. Tulsa was no exception.
Jesus.
Add to that the media. One particular media outlet called the Tulsa Tribune, a daily afternoon newspaper, published a series of incendiary articles and editorials that really fomented hostility in the white community against the black community during the run-up to the massacre.
The one thing like the clothing of the Ku Klux Klan was so like they knew it would be quite a scary thing for minority communities, you know, the black community. They knew it would be scary. It's like it's so shocking when it's worn that way in such a big crowd. It's so shocking. Man, that level of white supremacy, that would have been scary as hell for the black community, you know? That would have been so scary for the black community. Just seeing this, and with the history of like lynching and all of this stuff at that time, it would have been unbearable.
Massacre. And that's the context. Those are the atmospherics of Tulsa as we talk about May 31st and June 1st, the days of the massacre. The incident began with an elevator incident. There was a black boy whose name was Dick Rowland, 19 years old, who shined shoes for a living. He needed to use the restroom one morning. This is May 30th. Facilities available for his use were limited because of segregation. He knew that there was such a facility on the third floor of the downtown Drexel building. Has to take the elevator up to the third floor. Elevators back then are manually operated. A young white girl named Sarah Page is manually operating this elevator. Something happened on the elevator. We don't know exactly what it was. We'll never know, likely. But it likely was that he bumped into or brushed up against Sarah Page. Some say he stepped on her foot. In any event, she overreacted. She began screaming.
Oh, Karen. She started Karening. Oh, no. Folks, remember what Robin DiAngelo said. Robin DiAngelo, the white woman who wrote White Fragility. White women's tears aren't just tears. They are political. They are political weapons. Because they can truly cause harm. They can truly cause harm. Fuck.
The elevator landed back in the lobby. Dick Rowland, frightened, as well he probably should be given the circumstances, frightened, ran from the elevator. Sarah Page is distraught. She exits the elevator. She's comforted by a clerk from Renberg's, which is a locally owned store. He's concerned about her. She talks about being assaulted on the elevator. He calls the police. She ultimately recants the original story, refuses to cooperate with prosecutors after Dick Rowland has been arrested. Unfortunately, by the time the recantation occurs, it's too late. It's too late in part because the Tulsa Tribune published an article the next day. It's entitled "Nab Negro for Attacking Girl in an Elevator," painting it as an attempted rape in broad daylight. There's language in that article that clearly is intended to make Sarah Page look more virtuous. the corollary effect of which is to make Dick Rowland look more villainous. And it has its desired effect. A large mob of white men began to gather. Dick Rowland had been arrested by this time by the sheriff, put in jail, put set atop the courthouse. White men gathered on the lawn.
Melanin for the sun. This dog hits close to home. Being a Gen Xer, my great granny, whom raised me, used to say white people was mean at rattlesnakes. White people was mean at rattlesnakes. Oh my gosh. Oh, mean as rattlesnake. Yeah, I got it. Mean as rattlesnakes. Oh my gosh. I honestly thought you meant mean at rattlesnakes, and I was like, what? It's hilarious. It's still funny though. Mean as rattlesnakes. Yeah, like Sarah here. Oh my gosh, man. So this one event got amplified and made massive, and that triggered a domino effect of white fragility that then caused the Tulsa massacre. White women's tears, Emmett Till. And like I say, and I've said it again and again and again, there is no violence like white fragility. There is no violence like white fragility.
Lawn of the courthouse. Ultimately, the white mob numbered in the thousands. The sheriff was so concerned that he actually called down to the offices of the Tulsa Star, the black newspaper. He knew that there would be black men gathered there, and told him what had transpired, that Dick Rowland was arrested, that he was being held in jail, that he was safe, he's being protected, but he was concerned because he was hearing this lynch talk among this large and growing white mob. A number of black men, several dozen.
What the fuck, man? Lynch talk? Wow. Oh my, he was hearing lynch talk?
In number. Some of them World War I veterans with weapons who knew how to use them, marched down to the courthouse intent on protecting Dick Rowland from what they thought would be a certain lynching. They were confronted by the larger white mob. As you might imagine, words were exchanged. A white man tried to take a black man's gun, the gun discharged. And in the words of some of the massacre survivors, all hell broke loose after that. The so-called riot was on, and it resulted in the devastation of the Greenwood community. Many people in the white mob, many of these men, were actually deputized by local law enforcement.
Of course they were.
They affirmatively prevented the fire department from putting out the fires that raged. Planes flew over the Greenwood community, privately owned planes. And according to eyewitness, dropped incendiary devices, bombs on the community that caused the flames to burn more brilliantly and spread more rapidly. The National Guard was ultimately called in to quell the violence, which they did on the afternoon of June 1st, 1921, the next day. The official death toll is 37. Nobody who's studied these events believes that to be true. It's more likely within a range of 100 to 300.
Oh.
At least 1,250 homes in the black community were destroyed as well, as were a number of churches, schools, business places, and other commercial establishments. The Red Cross provided relief immediately post-massacre, food, shelter, clothing. By all accounts, did a wonderful job. Black folks, particularly black men, were rounded up and taken to internment centers throughout the city for a temporary period. It was ostensibly for their own protection, but according to survivors, it left the community essentially defenseless and unprotected. So looters came in and pillaged homes of finery like jewelry and expensive items that some of the more wealthy residents of the community had owned.
The Tulsa and Elaine massacres were not isolated incidents. They were just two of many. and they were representative of a broad backlash to the social status of Black people in the United States.
There is no violence like white fragility.
The goal of attacks like these, historians say, was to maintain white supremacy by any means necessary. And the effects of these attacks on Black communities can still be seen and felt today.
You know, some people will say, well, slavery ended years ago, or even, segregation ended years ago. That's in the past. Why are you dredging up the past? Well, the past isn't the past. And I think of my whole body of research that I've done, looking at different events all across the world, you find this over and over and over, that the effects of the past linger and they have consequences. And in general, if these events are historically important enough, they shape the way the world is today. After learning about the Tulsa Massacre and reading a bit about it and realizing we don't have a lot of hard statistical evidence about what the consequences were, that's basically where I came in, is just wanting to know what were the consequences of the Tulsa Massacre. So immediately after the massacre, we find that Black household heads who owned homes fell by 4.5 percentage points.
Wow.
And then if you think of another measure of that is, are you an individual that's living in a home that's owned by someone in your family? That measure of home ownership fell by 6.3 percentage points.
Oh my God.
And the other thing that we find is decline in occupational status. And one measure of occupational status is to look at, is an individual working in a white collar occupation? There's a 3.1% chance that you're in a white collar occupation. Then after the massacre, that figure falls by 2.3 percentage points. So that's a huge, huge effect. It's 66% decline in white collar occupations. That result is controlling for, taking into account everything else that's going on in the economy and also between different racial groups. But it's not just in Tulsa, but we see these effects in other parts of the country as well. So we look at newspapers all across the US and basically look and see, are they covering the massacre in the days right after? And what we find is where there is more intensity of coverage about the massacre, the effects that we find in Tulsa, we also find in those communities as well.
Just like we know that there's a thing such as generational wealth, there's also generational poverty. What we found in working through the Justice for Greenwood Foundation and our work with our survivors and descendants is that this generational poverty or generational lack of opportunity started with the massacre. And let's talk about Viola Fletcher. After the massacre, and Mother Fletcher had to flee for her life with her family to Claremore to live in an impoverished state, she was not able to go back and finish school. And it caused her lots of problems in life. Well, most of her life, she was a domestic worker, working for pennies, working for white families that treated her less than they treated their dogs. Leslie Benefield Randall, also a little girl at the time, only 6 years old. But she was in town with her grandmother, Molly Benefield. And obviously during the massacre, she's a young lady.
I think all these photo and video archives should be restored and colorized so they don't give the sensation that it's really old or far behind. It's all recent history that should be taken as such. Yeah, I agree. This it all feels like too far away. Like these people go, oh yeah, this is so long ago. But Black people are being lynched right now. Black people are being found hanging from trees like today. It's not over. It's not like it's not old news. It's happening today. So these might seem historical, but yeah.
Lady, she says she can't remember a lot, but she does remember running. She does remember them coming to the door saying, the blacks need to get out. The white people are killing all the black, particularly the black men. She remembers being taken to the fairgrounds, which was one of the places they put our people in those, what they called at the time, concentration camps. Hughes Van Ellis, we call him Uncle Red. And obviously he was a baby. He was an infant at the time of the massacre. I think he was 6 months old. Hughes Van Ellis and Viola Fletcher are brother and sister. They live a lot of his childhood outside. I mean, they basically lived in like a tent. They basically had to survive off the land. And it was very traumatizing for him and something that shaped his life.
A 2018 study from the American Journal of Economics and Sociology estimated that if 1,200 median-priced houses in Tulsa were destroyed today, the loss would be around $150 million. The additional loss of other assets, including cash, personal belongings, and commercial property, might bring the total to over $200 million.
Wow.
So the Greenwood community, as a business community, was destroyed as a testament to the resilience and the indomitable human spirit that was endemic in the community. The community was fully rebuilt, began to really boom, peaking in the early to mid-1940s. That continued throughout the 50s, began to decline in the 60s and 70s for a couple of reasons that are really important to the story, if you want to connect 1921 to the present. At the macro level, one of the major things that happened was integration found its way to Tulsa.
Totally fired.
The Greenwood community as a business community was successful largely because it was a closed market, which was attributed to the Jim Crow laws that existed. So because of segregation, there was a need for a Greenwood community. Black folks couldn't get what they needed or couldn't ply their trades in the larger dominant white community, so they created their own economic space. Even the Black folks that work outside the community bring their dollars ultimately back in the community. That begins to change when the world begins to change because of integration. So Black dollars then have another outlet. It's hard for a sole proprietor, a mom and pop type small business in the Greenwood community to compete with Walmart. That opening up, ironically, has the economic effect of undermining the success of the Black community. When the Black community begins to decline because of integration and other systemic factors, there's a movement in the 60s and 70s designed ostensibly to address blighted communities called urban renewal. So you see a blighted community, you come in with urban renewal, and you buy up the land, and you take away the properties. So what then you get is Black folks losing their businesses, losing the land, and really struggling. So today what we have in the Greenwood community is a community that is actually bustling, but it's not a community in which Black folks own most of the land.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, so where they did own the land, they were killed, their land was stolen, and now it's bustling with Black businesses, etc., but they don't own the land. That's generational wealth extraction from the Black community. It's theft.
The pins on this map mark just some of the more well-documented attacks on Black communities from the Civil War into the 1900s. But it doesn't include the countless other assaults on Black communities during this time period, from countless lynchings to entire Black communities being expelled from their towns by white mobs. The scale of damage here is, in many ways, incalculable. Families torn apart, communities destroyed, and generational wealth erased. Like many other communities impacted by these type of racist attacks throughout history, Black residents of Tulsa and Elaine are still looking for justice and some semblance of closure.
I would love to know what happened to my people or my family, and if I can figure out what happened to them, if I could get information, that would be great. But I know that they're not going to give it to us.
Who owes the people? That argument could be had on a lot.
You know, sometimes I think, like, Western leftists, like white leftists, often, like, there are lots of white leftists who talk about, like, North Korea and China and Russia as being these, like, amazing places with great leaders. I think they talk about those places because they don't want to fix the problems locally. I think they're like, that's what we want, so that they don't have to think about fixing the problems locally. That's a thought I had. I think sometimes these so-called white leftists have become so enamored by something that's so far away because they just don't have the stomach to fix what's happening locally. They can't. or they don't want to. They don't want to acknowledge the racist crimes, state-sponsored racist crimes that have been committed on people of color, on black people, Native American people. And how can you just erase race from the conversation? How can you not see, as a white leftist, that white supremacy and white privilege are white privilege and white supremacy are 100% the core of all of this? Are they involved in grassroots community endeavors? Yeah. Time to change those alarm batteries? What's going on? OORR. Did your alarm not ring? People treat the past like it's from another timeline, like it didn't lead us to where we are today. Yeah, exactly, man. Like, when are we gonna get leftists to truly, like, acknowledge this white supremacy and white privilege as, like, the core problems that people face today? It got the world to where it is today. Like, how can you ignore the most dangerous ideology, the most impactful, the most violent ideology that has shaped so much of our world today? How can you just go, okay, yeah, let's just pay no attention to that. Let's talk about a commune in a fucking forest. I still don't get it, guys. Like, I'm not doing this to troll these fucking people, but it annoys me that they don't fucking...
Of different levels. The governor himself participated and asked her, so is the state responsible? The governor asked for federal troops to be sent in. Is the federal government responsible? Is the local government responsible? Are individuals responsible? So there's a lot of blame to throw around.
Because racism isn't a thing that negatively affects them day to day. Yeah, they don't have to live with it. Yeah, I think you might be right there, Shiny. It's like whataboutism, so they don't have to fix what benefits them. Yeah, I think a lot of these people, usually, I think, if they're smart enough, they understand that, truly dismantling white privilege and white supremacy has a direct impact on their own privilege, right? Like, that has to be top of their mind. But the expectation that oppressors and the oppressed will unite safely under a workers' union is just delusional. That's true also. That's an insanely good point, actually. Like, I don't think it's just being part of one of these organizations. I don't think is particularly gonna change their perspective on this, right? Like, even within unions itself, white workers will have more of an advantage than black workers, even in a union. This is why the working class isn't, like, unitable until white privilege and white supremacy have been completely undone. Because even in worker spaces like unions, there is no equality. That same privilege is in workers' unions too. That privilege doesn't go away in workers' unions,
In this one of the things that makes this difficult is this lack of bodies. But if we're able to find mass graves and then connect those bodies to living individuals, we have people who have been harmed and people that you can pay reparations to.
When I think about reparations, I think of the denotation of the term. What does the term actually mean? It means to make amends or to repair damage. The fundamental question is there damage in this community that is in need of repair that we can trace back to 1921? I don't know anybody who can answer no to that question. The hard part is really talking through the nature of the damage and in terms of remediation, what things work best.
That's the only way we can get back to where we were. If we get that reparations, restitution, remedy, whatever words you wanted to use, a comprehensive plan that provides a remedy and benefit to those who suffered the harm.
There could be targeted economic investments in the Black community, the community most harmed by the massacre. Curriculum reform. The whole point of curriculum reform is to include this history as an integral part of the curriculum, such that the errors of the past are not made again, and such that people, specifically Black people, see themselves reflected in ways that embolden them and give them the psychological power to be creators and entrepreneurs in the present.
Without history, we don't have a true understanding of our nation, particularly our nation's most marginalized communities.
Somehow we need to be able to present this history as our history and to help people understand that you're not responsible for the past. I'm not responsible for what my ancestors did, but I'm obligated to the present to do what I can to make things better.
I think just the state of the psyche of living in a state that is so anti-you and also anti-helping you must be one of the worst things. I think anti-blackness is the worst manifestation of white supremacist racism, of white supremacy. Anti-blackness, I think, is the most potent and has been for a very long time, since European colonization started. Anti-blackness is what started it, and anti-blackness is still the most potent version of it today. And even when you look at, brown communities, it's the darker brown people who've been oppressed, because the darker the skin color, the more likely that they'll be oppressed. And yeah, this anti-blackness is so potent, has been so potent. It's so hateful. And I think there's obviously many communities. There's obviously many communities impacted by European colonization. I think that anti-blackness, the Afrophobia version of this is the most violent. I think it's very hard not to see that. What happened in India, etc., was really bad. They just starved my ancestors to death, right? Like, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but what they did to Black people, oh my goodness! Just they didn't just starve my people to death. They killed them in many different ways, but that was the bulk of the killing. It's almost like they didn't have the same level of creativity when it came to Indian people or something. But it was horrific, man, for Africans. Like, when you look at the Middle Passage and how people were kept in such a small space on these boats that were taken from Africa, with slaves taken from Africa to... I mean, there were loads of Indian slaves as well, but this is just different. This is different. I truly think this is what happened to Black people is is the worst. Like, it's so bad. It's so fucking bad. Unimaginable shit. Like, they treated black people like they were nothing. Like it was a different level. White left me, like you said. They just want to not feel guilty and get the sensation of doing their part. Yeah, I think there are many people like that, but I don't think it's... I'll never say that across the whole of white leftism, but I think it is a good way to understand how white privilege comes into those spaces. Like, I think whatever we do, we've got to keep white privilege and white supremacy in check in marginalized spaces. We have to keep white privilege and white supremacy in check. We absolutely have to. And that's why I'll never ever I'll never ever say nice things to white people if they get offended by me talking about white supremacy and white privilege, right? Like a lot of these I call them leftist chuds are around. They hate talking about white privilege and white supremacy. They hate it. They hate talking about it. They hate talking about it because it's not something they've acknowledged themselves. And how can you be... Hey, Sponge Fighter, welcome. Hey, Ladybird, how are you? Why amnesia is quite pervasive. Yeah, I think look, there are people who want to learn, and I think there are people who want to acknowledge it. Just the same, there aren't many people. There are many people who don't want to acknowledge it, who'd much rather sit there, you know, having delusional dreams of Kim Jong-un putting shackles on them nicely. Right? They don't want to talk about the basic shit of, like, you know, how about you educate your white neighbors or your white family or, you know, your white community about white privilege and white supremacy. Just start there. Just start doing that. They don't want the easy, they don't want the elephant in the room solution. They want the, you know, hardcore, yeah, you know, I'm gonna be a Mao or a Ho Chi Minh or a fucking, yeah, walk around in fucking jungles with no tops, getting fucking malaria and all sorts of diseases because, yeah, that's you know, I read that. It's like, bro, just calm your shit and just educate your white community about white supremacy and white privilege. Just do that. Just do that, please. Just do that. For the rest of your life, if you just focused on that, you would make a shitload of change. But no, let's fucking build a commune. Fuck's sakes. Okay. The U.S. owes $350,000 to every black American. Here we go. This is going to be good. Reparations. Real reparations.
250 years of slavery. Decades of Jim Crow, housing discrimination, and other forms of systemic racism. All of that has led to this. A shocking wealth gap between black and white households in the United States. An average gap...
We still hear about families burning KKK robes out here in the American hinterlands. Man, that's some scary ass shit. These people have no care. They'll just get drunk and start killing people. It's that's the thing. Like, it's the mix of alcohol plus their racism and their dehumanization, and who knows what sort of shit they'll cause, you know.
of $850,000 that, some experts believe, can be solved by something long overdue: reparations to the descendants of enslaved black people. But how do we even determine who's eligible for reparations? And can the struggle for reparations in other parts of the world teach us anything about?
Let me tell you who is eligible for reparations. If the state-sponsored racist crime targeted a specific group based on their skin color, like black people, all black people, even born today, are eligible for reparations. Stop making this really, really hard for everybody by trying to categorize people who blah, blah, blah. The inequities created are group-wide because they were state-sponsored racist crimes, okay? They did not spare any black person. It wasn't just direct violence. It was also indirect violence of being neglected and by the state and also being kept out of systems for so long. That generational trauma is also violence. It doesn't have to be that, their ancestor was lynched. The whole system has been oppressive against the black community. For fuck's sakes.
What needs to be done in the U.S.? To understand why there's a call for reparations, there needs to be an understanding of the scale of slavery. It was a crime against humanity in which around 400,000 people were forcibly brought to North America. Over the centuries, 10 million enslaved people were legally treated as property in the United States, brutalized and ruthlessly exploited for free labor, which was used to establish the country as a leading global economy. In fact, one historian estimated that by 1860, enslaved people were, quote, worth some $3.5 billion, making them the largest single financial asset in the entire U.S. economy. That's around $115 billion today. When slavery was abolished in 1865, 4 million formerly enslaved African Americans were freed. But through their forced labor, they created billions of dollars in generational wealth for their captors and none for themselves. Back then, the U.S. government understood the need for reparations and passed an order to distribute 40 acres and a mule to all formerly enslaved families so they could build wealth and financial security. However, after the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, President Andrew Johnson vetoed the allocation and returned the land to former slave owners. One way to reckon with America's past and current wealth disparity is through reparations that close the racial wealth gap.
You should make direct monetary payments to the eligible recipients.
That's economist William Darity. He co-authored the book From Here to Equality, which outlines one of the most comprehensive plans for what material reparations could look like.
So we estimate that this would require an expenditure of approximately $350,000 per eligible recipient. You get a figure of approximately $14 trillion.
Reparations for the crime of...
Yeah, 14 trillion. A drop in the bucket. India, 63 trillion. Let's drain the swamp.
Slavery and its legacy have long been a subject of national debate.
I don't think reparations for something that happened 150 years ago for whom none of us currently living are responsible is a good idea.
And I think they're using what academics would call the theory of distance, that something is too far in the past to have contemporary application.
Yeah, this is who uses this argument? People like fucking even Norman Finkelstein. Norman Finkelstein is like this guy. Yeah, he speaks about the Palestine-Israel stuff really, really well. But then when you talk to him about reparations and things like white fragility, he hates it. He hates it because I think it truly does make him fragile. I think when it comes to... I see him like a Lemkin, like a Raphael Lemkin type character, who will, acknowledge one genocide, but then will say, "Oh, I won't accept that black people genocide was committed against black people." Right? He's one of those people, and maybe it's too close to home. I don't know, but I've heard Norman Finkelstein's take on white fragility, and the guy, yeah, there's a lot to say about his opinions on these subjects. It's not the best. I heard him talk about DEI, and it instantly turned me off from anything else he has to say. Yeah, obvious. Hey, Magnus Morena, welcome. My dad said they would pick cotton from dawn till night and barely had enough to buy a sandwich. Both my parents were in the cotton fields. The exploitation wasn't that long ago, and the people are still alive. Holy shit, Melanin, really? That's crazy. That's crazy. The most insane thing is, like, Indian independence, you talk about it, it's like, what, 1947? My grandmother died last year, and she was 95 years old when she died. 96. She was alive before India got independence and after. Like, she knew what both sides of the thing looked like. That's one of the things I regret about her, about my relationship with her, is like, I didn't really have one, and I didn't get to pick her brain about it. I would really have loved to have known how that. She was my last grandparent who was still alive. I would love to have picked her mind. She might have had takes like, she preferred it under English rule or whatever because of whatever reason. Boomer logic, maybe. But yeah, I would just have loved to have known her perspective about all of that change and how that feeling was during that change. My father was born in the 50s, 54. And so, yeah, he was born in independent India. But my mother too, in 1954. But yeah, their parents lived through British colonial times and independent times. It's not that long ago, guys. It's not that long ago.
So it's easy to see why Congress has yet to pass H.R. 40, a bill that was proposed all the way back in 1989. It would set up a commission to study and consider a national apology and proposal for reparations for the institution of slavery and its subsequent racial and economic discrimination against African Americans. And while you cannot place a monetary value on slavery and its lasting effects, there's a precedent of reparations programs compensating victimized communities directly. Back in the US, the Civil Liberties Act of 1988 designated $20,000 payments to Japanese Americans who survived internment camps during World War II.
The U.S. government has also made payments in instances where it was not the culpable party. Payments made to families that lost loved ones during the course of the 9/11 attacks, as well as payments that are being made to individuals who were held hostage in Iran at the end of the Carter presidency.
Up to $4.4 million per hostage or their estates. In the case of slavery, the U.S. government did promise reparations. It's just reneged on it. In fact, when the U.S. finally issued an apology for slavery, it included the disclaimer, "Nothing in this resolution authorizes or supports any claim against the United States or serves as a settlement of any claim against the United States." Nor did the U.S. ever provide true reparations, a process consisting of three things: acknowledgement, redress, and closure for grievous injustices.
It's vital that the federal government issue an apology because that will create the justification for the redress plan that follows.
That brings us to who would actually receive reparations. Those direct payments would go to the roughly 47 million Americans who identify as Black. But under Darity's plan, the requirements are a little more strict. First, Black Americans would have to have identified as Black, Negro, African American, or Afro American for at least 12 years before any reparations plan goes into effect. And they'd have to prove that they had at least one ancestor who was enslaved in the United States. One way to do that is using the census. If your ancestor was present in the 1870 census and was old enough to have been alive in 1850 or 1860, but you can't find that person in the 1850 or 1860 census,
that would suggest that they were probably enslaved.
That's because before slavery was abolished with the 13th Amendment, enslaved people were not counted in the census.
They're actually missing people from the 1850 and 1860 census, and their absence there is a potential indicator that they were probably enslaved.
But while Darity's plan has received traction, it still faces opposition.
The impression down here is that Caribbean people who live in the United States, Black people, would not be entitled to any reparation paid by the US government. But we are saying that's not right. We are saying that's divisive of the Black population in the United States. We are saying that Caribbean immigrants have been harmed by that system through racial profiling, discrimination.
See, the Black population in the US is pretty diverse. Most Black people are foundational Black Americans, meaning they're American descendants of enslaved people. Others are immigrants or the children of immigrants who came to the United States from mostly African and Caribbean countries. Those individuals may have ancestors who were enslaved, but wouldn't be considered eligible recipients for reparations in the United States.
Descendants of the enslaved have a claim that's linked directly to the failure to provide their ancestors with the promised 40-acre land grants. And that's uniquely a debt that is owed to the individuals who were enslaved and it was not met, and to their descendants.
Why the fuck did he say foundational? Good question. This would be a good way to redistribute Elon's wealth, yeah.
The second reason that
in Aotearoa, one of the processes created is called the Waitangi Tribunal, and any land disputes can be taken through the tribunal, and it'll be reviewed and reparations paid, i.e., land returned to the iwi or to a family maybe. But the thing is, it's just not extensive enough because settlers stole everything. They literally stole the whole fucking country. They stole the whole country. Everything is a land dispute. Everything is a land dispute. Yeah, and it takes years, yeah. How the fuck? I just don't get some of this stuff. And already governments are coming into power. They're like, oh, let's just change the treaty. Let's change the substance of the treaty already, or like how the treaty is interpreted, and enshrine it in law. You know, so like interpret it in the wrong way and then enshrine it as law. What the fuck, man? So stupid. We're so fucked.
That's somewhat related is the fact that the current or existing racial wealth gap in the United States is a consequence of policies.
Yeah, these nostalgic communists be like that. They don't want to reflect on how, in today's reality, you can actually make changes through individual small actions, like you said, and through large organized ones that aren't just dreamed up revolutions, popular direct fights, but strategies that take time, patience, and are the only possible way. Yeah, totally. Totally, man. Like, it's actually more direct action than they want to do, you know? it's more direct action to just educate people closest to you than to somehow form like a group in the fucking forest, which could take years. And who the fuck is going to pay for it? You got to get investment, all of this stuff. It's just ludicrous. Just do the fucking education, bro. Local disruptor high. Morning. Morena.
That have been pursued by the federal government that built white wealth to the detriment of black wealth.
A major policy Darity is referring to is the Homestead Act of 1862, or H.R. 125, legislation to, quote, secure homesteads to actual settlers of public domain. The policy incentivized citizens to move onto and settle land that had been violently stolen from indigenous nations. It provided 160-acre land grants to over 1 million white families for a small fee, but excluded the 4 million formerly enslaved people from the program who had already been denied the 40-acre land grants they'd been promised. Through the act, 270 million acres of land was settled across 30 states over 124 years. Remember, owning land generates income, and passing land down to the next generation builds wealth. So the consequences of that decision are seen today. Approximately 45 million living white Americans have benefited from this massive asset-building legislation.
I would argue that virtually all black people throughout the diaspora, the African diaspora, have a claim for reparations, but they don't all have a claim for reparations from the United States government.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. It's like, I think everyone has a claim to reparations. It's generational damage. I think Canada, I think Latin America, the whole shebang, bro. Just fucking pay the reparations. The British, Europeans, oh my gosh. Get it in. Everybody. Drain the swamp. If you can, just get like 60 trillion over to my folks in India, that would be great too. Just flick them 60 trillion. 60 trillion.
Horrors of slavery and its consequences are not uniquely American. The transatlantic slave trade transported approximately 12.5 million enslaved Africans across the Americas. The overwhelming majority of enslaved Africans were shipped directly to Latin America and the Caribbean. Spain and Britain shipped around 1 million enslaved Africans just to Jamaica. By 1833, slavery was abolished throughout the British Empire. But instead of compensating formerly enslaved people, Britain provided reasonable compensation to slave owners through a then £20 million loan, which British taxpayers fully repaid in 2015. According to one estimate, that's worth over 20 billion British pounds today. For decades, descendants of enslaved people have been fighting for reparations in these regions, and in 2013, several Caribbean countries united to form the CARICOM Reparations Commission, which developed a strategy for reparations that focuses on reparatory justice.
The 10-point plan begins with the demand for an apology,
which is followed by calls for repatriation, an Indigenous Peoples Development Program, eradicating illiteracy, and debt cancellation, to name a few. CARICOM has sent letters requesting reparations from countries like Spain, France, Britain, and the Netherlands.
The response was negative, for the most part. No country admitted to the wrong, no country took responsibility, no country apologized, no country committed to repair.
Today, we're still living with the legacies of colonialism and enslavement that have left black populations across the globe at a disadvantage.
There is definitely a case that can be made that there has been a global pattern of exploitation of people of African descent.
We're here to demand what's owed to us from the United States government.
And despite incremental progress and different approaches to reparations programs, people across the Americas continue to fight for redress.
Right now, this is a contentious issue. It's affecting relationships, world relationships, global relationships, country versus country disputes exist. I think reparatory justice would help the society to heal itself. Both people of African descent, African people, and European people. I think it will be good and beneficial to all of us.
Reparations! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Reparations! When do we want it? Now! How do we want it?
my goodness. Okay. One area is healthcare that I want to explore.
If you've been paying attention,
we have explored healthcare, women's healthcare, like Black and women of color, like exploitation of Black and women of color, like brown women as well. We explored a little bit of that a while ago. This one I thought we'd add that in, kind of to bring that topic back up again, because I think healthcare has been one of the most deficient areas where racism has not had enough scrutiny, and it still happens today. Absolutely still happens today.
if you've been paying attention to the news, you'll be aware that the United States healthcare system is letting down many Black Americans. But this isn't new. So today we're going to discuss historic reasons for distrust of the medical establishment in the Black community. Next, we'll tackle why these huge healthcare disparities exist. And finally, we'll address why these disparities continue to impact the Black community to this day. So this is a lot of info to cover in 10 minutes. As always, I encourage you to refer to the works cited for further reading after you're done watching. So what happens when you get sick? You call up the doctor and make an appointment, right? Well, you need enough trust in the medical establishment to feel comfortable going to the doctor in the first place. Sadly, there are famous precedents that have caused some members of the Black community to distrust the American medical establishment. That leads us to the Tuskegee syphilis experiments and the research done at Johns Hopkins on Henrietta Lacks's cancer cells.
Ooh, yes, Henrietta Lacks. You guys remember Henrietta Lacks' cancer cells? Henrietta Lacks cells are so important. They're part of all testing, even for vaccine development. Like, her cells are iconic. Her cells are used everywhere. And yeah, the Tuskegee.
The Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis in the Negro started in 1932, when there was no treatment for syphilis.
This is so horrific.
Doctors from the U.S. Public Health Service enrolled 600 Black men from Alabama in their study. Most of these men
more eugenic shit, man. Fuck, they just injected people with this shit.
And were sharecroppers lured by the promise of free healthcare. 399 had latent syphilis, 201 formed the control group. Even after penicillin began to be used to treat syphilis in 1947, these health workers only provided their subjects with aspirin, supplements, and placebos. They did not want to cure anyone. Their goal was to track the full progression of the disease. Over time, the men with syphilis became blind, went insane, spread the disease to partners, and passed it on to their kids. In the 1960s, a public health service investigator named Peter Buxton filed a protest questioning the ethics of the study. Despite this, the Public Health Service decided to carry on. Buxton leaked the story to the press, and in 1972, due to public pressure, the agency finally ended it. A year later, Congress gave a $10 million out-of-court settlement to survivors and heirs of those who had died. It also established new guidelines that protected human subjects in government-funded public research projects. The public disclosure of the Tuskegee study led to an increase in the mistrust of the Public Health Service and, more broadly, the American medical community. In 2016, Marcella Alsan of the Stanford Medical School and Marianne Wanamaker of the University of Tennessee tried to quantify how the experiment actually influenced health outcomes in the Black community. The researchers argue that the disclosure of the study led to fewer outpatient and inpatient physician interactions for older Black men. Their estimates suggest that life expectancy at age 45 for Black men fell by up to 1.5 years in response to the disclosure.
Wow.
As the Atlantic magazine reporter Van R. Newkirk II maintains, the Tuskegee study was not a singular event that was reported and processed immediately, but a generational scarring that defined a decade of Black history. Another generational scarring took place with the disclosure of how Henrietta Lacks, a Black woman with cervical cancer, was treated at Johns Hopkins University. Lacks died in 1951 at the age of 31, leaving behind a husband and 5 children. Her tumor cells, named HeLa cells, were used by researchers without the knowledge or consent of Lacks or her family. Although the medicines developed from this research made millions for private companies, Lax's family received no financial benefit. These cases, which show examples of systematic abuse within the Black community by the medical establishment, aren't as unusual for that time period as we may at first assume. During the century following the Civil War, Jim Crow laws made racial segregation legal. These laws denied African Americans the right to vote, made it difficult for them to obtain certain kinds of employment, and created obstacles to benefits from certain educational opportunities. For more on the history of Jim Crow laws, check out our episode, The Racist Origins of U.S. Law, right here on our channel. During the Jim Crow era, white doctors could refuse to treat Black people, and in some states, white nurses were legally forbidden from taking care of Black men. At the end of the 19th century, Black Americans who wanted to become doctors usually attended a handful of Black medical colleges, including Howard University College of Medicine, founded in 1868, and Meharry Medical College, founded in 1876. Although other options would become available at the start of the 20th century, it wasn't until the mid-20th century that higher education was forced to desegregate. In 1946, the Hill-Burton Act financed the construction of more hospitals throughout the country. This sounds great, except the Hill-Burton Act still followed the principle of separate but equal when it came to medical services. In Alabama, for example, Hill-Burton funds supported the construction of segregated hospitals in 65 out of 67 counties. In 1964, President Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act, which outlawed discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. Later, this act would expand to include discrimination based on sexual orientation. However, it wasn't until 1966, when the Medicare program was established, that distribution of federal funds for low-income patients was tied to whether an institution actually complied with non-discrimination and non-segregation clauses.
Oh, is that why there's no Medicare for all? Because then it would cover Black people too. It's racist shit. It's racist shit. They don't want Black communities to have proper education and care. So anything that creates that environment, I think, is just going to be voted down. Because any sort of state-based help for the Black community will be seen as bad by these people. Oh shit. Okay. I can guarantee you, if there was Medicare for all whites only, I reckon that would get voted in immediately.
In the Civil Rights Act, the public policies and institutional practices that kept educational and medical segregation in place for so long laid the groundwork for the structural racism that carries on to this day. American housing policy provides an excellent example of how structural racism can influence health outcomes. Before the passage of the 1968 Fair Housing Act, it was legal in the US to discriminate in the sale, rental, and financing of housing.
Nah, it always seems like there's more than that. I think it's the fact that it will benefit the Black community as well, I think is a big no-no for white America. In general. So I read White Fear, guys. Read White Fear. I think any sort of benefit for Black America has always turned into like violence. You know, like Tulsa, all of these sorts of places where Black people were doing well, it pisses off white people. And they do bad things. And I really think that if you had a segregated Medicare system, so like all white people get Medicare, and there'd be another one where, you know, it was like Black people get Medicare, the Black people one wouldn't get passed. But I can guarantee you that the Medicare for all white people would get passed.
This meant that people could be legally forbidden from living in certain communities. Since health is influenced by the quality of one's living environment, this put many Americans of color at a disadvantage. Even after the Fair Housing Act was passed, a kind of de facto segregation still existed in many parts of America. Some people stayed in their segregated communities, others relocated to urban centers. From 1950 to 1980, for example, the total Black population in America's urban centers increased from 6.1 million to 15.3 million. At the same time, many white Americans left the urban areas to live in.
That's why universalist policies are supreme. Yeah, but that's also why they don't get passed. Because universalist policies mean that there'll be some benefit to communities that white people don't want benefit to or don't want to see benefit to. That's why universalist policies do not pass.
Suburbs. In her recent article, Michelle Gordine explains that living...
I don't think universal health care doesn't pass in America because of communist bullshit. I think universal health care doesn't pass in America because it would benefit the Black community.
Living in urban neighborhoods can directly affect the health of African Americans. As she writes, in some neighborhoods, children might be exposed to lead paint, have limited to no...
Nah, man, even if the Democrats, when you say left, do you mean the left or the Democrats?
Access to recreation centers or parks, and be taught in overcrowded classrooms. These environmental factors can influence physical and mental health. So far, I've discussed some of the reasons that there are disparities in health outcomes. But how are these disparities tracked today? One way is via pregnancy.
Nah, the Democrats won't vote for universal health care. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries hates the universal health care, and anything like that. Hakeem Jeffries, all of these people, they are people of color who ultimately bat for white supremacy. This isn't even about socialism across Europe. Even far right and conservative parties protect basic social rights. The debate there is over who gets access, not whether healthcare or education should exist. The US is an anomaly among developed nations. Corporate lobbying and market profits block universal access, replacing long-term national development with wealth accumulation for the top. Yeah, but you're forgetting one big dimension in this Brazilian bro Vinny. You're missing the race dimension. And I think why it's not just class. Like, if this was for all just white people, I think it would pass. I think it's important to understand the racial segregation part of how America works. Like, during the New Deal, we replace them or scare them. It's happening. So, doomerist, Jesus Christ, you think I know anything? You think you know anything? You don't. Okay. What?
And childbirth statistics. In September 2019, researchers from the Centers for Disease Control found that Black, American Indian, and Alaska Native women are 2 to 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. More specific to the African American community, the pregnancy-related mortality ratio for Black women who had earned at least a college degree was 5.2 times that of their white counterparts. Here's another terrible statistic. According to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, African American infants are 2.3 times as likely to die as those born.
Let me tell you something. Here's a guarantee. Radical Hassanista. Here's a guarantee. You will not have universal health care in the next, however long Trump is going to be in power. And you will not have universal health care in the next election cycle either, no matter who wins. I will guarantee that. I can say that confidently, that Americans will not have universal health care after the midterms, nor after the next elections. Because Americans will vote for the lesser of two evils every single time.
To non-Hispanic white mothers. This trend is consistent despite the mother's educational level and socioeconomic status, according to Christina Novoa and Jamila Taylor. Here, they argue that this disparity is not simply due to African American mothers' higher maternal health risk factors. It is also caused by how institutional racism and sexism compromise women's health across time. But what about now in the modern era? Why are the statistics still so dire? For the answer to this, we need to consider the concept of implicit bias. In her 2019 book, Stanford psychology professor Jennifer Eberhardt writes, implicit bias is a kind of distorting lens that's a product of both the architecture of our brain and the disparity.
Have I looked into the Freemasons? Nah, man. I don't care for that shit, honestly.
Disparities in our society.
The Freemasons are just religious people, man. Like they're Christians who do weird shit. I don't fucking care.
We all have ideas about race, even the most open-minded among us. Those ideas have the power to bias our perception, our attention, our memory.
How can you guarantee that you're uninformed and this coverage is just depressive reading of dire statistics? I'm not following someone who doesn't take change as possible. What a waste of time. Lamau. Okay. Why did you come here then? What the fuck is this?
Memory and our actions, all despite our conscious awareness or deliberate intentions. To understand how implicit bias plays out in healthcare, consider the prescription of pain medication.
Like, this is America. Radical Hassanista is represents I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think. Honestly, like, what you don't understand is your two-party system ain't changing shit. Okay? That's what you don't understand. Your two-party system is mass murdering people overseas. You are accountable with your tax dollars to murder fucking so many fucking people overseas. And you want to come here and talk about your fucking elections and say, I'm not a smart guy? Stop bombing people. It's you. Stop fucking mass murdering people. Then let's talk. I don't give a fuck about your universal health care. I don't care. Stop bombing children. Stop mass murdering people. How about that, Hassanista? You want a bit of fucking optimism?
Which is essential for healing after surgery. Black Americans are prescribed less pain medication than their white counterparts. A 2013 article in the American Medical Association's Journal of Ethics suggests that this results from a large gap between the evaluation and treatment of pain in white people and its evaluation and treatment in African American and Hispanic people. Implicit bias also affects how
you pay taxes to Norway. Norway's complicit as well, dipshit. Norway is also complicit in genocide. What the fuck are you talking about? You are complicit in genocide because Norway is also complicit in genocide. Are you not listening to yourself? I don't give a fuck who you go and fucking talk shit about me to. I don't fucking care, Radical Hassanista. You can't come here and fucking say whatever you want. I'm not gonna let you do that. I don't give a fuck if you think I'm a bad streamer. I don't care.
Providers diagnose and treat psychological pain. In a recent story on NPR's Morning Edition, reporter Yuki Noguchi showed that many Black patients only receive...
Literally came in here and watched this video and said, oh, she doesn't care about all the data. Or I don't fucking know. They haven't got their... Oh, gosh. They're going to go tell somebody else about this shit. Health disparities in the Black community is boring for you? Are you stupid? You think health disparities in the Black community is boring? Oh, man. Idiots, bro. Fucking white supremacists, bro. Just the most idiotic, racist white supremacists. Honestly. This is what leftism looks like.
Mental health treatment in spaces that she refers to as places of last resort, including jails, schools, and emergency rooms. Noguchi reports that studies show that African Americans tend to be given psychiatric diagnoses that are incorrect or especially severe or less treatable, such as schizophrenia instead of depression or bipolar disorder, and that can lead to inappropriate treatment. Noguchi quotes Dr. Alpha Stewart, the first Black president of the American Psychiatric Association, as pointing out that there is a scarcity of Black mental health professionals working in the US. She cites,
"What do you mean? What do you mean?"
Another medical professional, Dr. Ruth Shim, as explaining that errors in diagnosis are often being made by non-Black doctors who misread emotional cues like anger. Having access to mental health providers is even more urgent as our society responds to image after image of physical and emotional violence perpetrated against people of color. In the work cited, we have included a link to a website called Black Mental Health Matters that links to therapists, hotlines, and other organizations specifically aiming to help Black.
How the fuck did I go off? I gave an honest bit of feedback. Doesn't Norway have the world's largest oil fund and on the side buying electric cars but profit from oil? Bro, like, I'm telling you, man, white leftism is fucked, okay? This is what I mean. They fucking come into my chat and they try and fucking, like, impress themselves onto this whole fucking thing. It just pisses me off, man. And they don't. Who the fuck was that person? They came in like a tornado and just fucked off and just got banned. It's stupid. It was such a stupid fucking conversation. It's like, universal healthcare for everybody. They got pissed off because I was talking about universal healthcare being racist, right? The reason being racist is a big problem. Again, they'll never ever talk about what bothered them. They'll never ever talk about what actually bothered them with what I'm saying. They'll never talk about it. They'll skirt around it. The thing that pissed them off was me saying that if universal healthcare was like, say, universal for all white people only, it would pass. That's what they got pissed off at.
Black Americans. Access to a support network is especially important during the COVID-19 crisis. Black Americans are becoming infected at a much higher rate than white Americans.
What? Seriously? Oh, is that sarcasm? Oh, what? Really? Oh my goodness. Great one, Shiny. Great one, Shiny. Oh my gosh. I thought you were joking, by the way. Holy shit. Oh my gosh.
One report issued by the CDC in April found that
yeah, that's exactly why they got pissed off then. That's exactly why they got pissed off, Shiny. They got pissed off because I said it would, if it was whites only, it would fucking pass. They got pissed off. And I'm wearing a fucking keffiyeh. So they thought they could. Oh my gosh. Of course. Of course.
A third of patients hospitalized with COVID-19 were Black, despite the fact that this group comprised only 18% of the community being evaluated. When presenting this statistic, the president of the American Medical Association, Patrice A. Harris, explained that 3 factors put the Black community at greater risk.
Thanks, chat. Thanks, Shiny. Like, honestly, like, I want to be as I don't mind having the conversation, but the deluded nature of like, oh yeah, everyone will get healthcare. No American believes they're getting fucking universal healthcare in the next 2 elections. Like, it's the most deluded fucking thing this person was saying.
These factors, and I'm paraphrasing a bit, include first, higher rates of certain pre-existing conditions in the group, including diabetes, hypertension, and obesity. Second, the fact that people of color form a disproportionate portion of the essential workforce outside of the health professions. And third, the existence of implicit bias and racial discrimination in our society that continue to produce structural inequities and social determinants that can lead to negative health outcomes. This trend continues. In June of 2020, NPR reported on a study issued by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services that reveals that Black Americans enrolled in Medicare were hospitalized with the disease at rates nearly 4 times higher than their white counterparts.
Nah, that's some next level investigating work. Like, I thought you were just joking, eh? But holy shit.
The physical and emotional strain that this higher infection rate puts on Black communities is overwhelming. As a global pandemic and assaults on people of color dominate the headlines, it is painfully clear that these failures are not a thing of the past. We need to understand the history of health disparities in America, to chronicle our experience with them in the present, to address our implicit biases, and to speak up against injustice if we are to successfully advocate for change. Feeling a little stuck inside? Then you should head over to
This is one that we have to watch before I finish up, okay? This is one we have to watch. How 2 free Black women upended the religious establishment. I was really keen to watch this from the beginning. But I'm sorry, guys. Like, I just don't understand why these people come in here and attack me like this. It's just ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
On a summer day in July of 1830, Rebecca Cox Jackson, a free-born Black seamstress, stood face to face with one of her greatest fears, a thunderstorm.
I opened all the windows in the house to let the lightning in, for it was like streams of bright glory to my soul.
This fateful thunderstorm would inspire Jackson at 35 years old to entirely change the course of her life against tremendous odds. She would leave behind her husband and her community in her quest for a more inclusive spiritual home, inspiring others along the way. For over 3 decades, Jackson traveled with her companion and protege, Rebecca Perot, a Black woman referenced frequently in Jackson's journal. They traveled across Pennsylvania and New York, preaching celibacy, encouraging women to take control of their own bodies, and more radically, to take control away from their husbands. In a time where Black women were not guaranteed freedom, love, or safety, how did these 2 Rebeccas create and lead their own spiritual family? Most of what remains of Rebecca Jackson and Rebecca Perot's story are from Jackson's published diaries and this single photo of Rebecca Perot. Jackson's diaries are full of vividly intimate accounts of Perot. The 2 women shared a home, meals, friends, and ministry until Jackson's death in 1871. The pair was so close, they were dubbed the 2 Rebeccas by their Shaker family. Rebecca Jackson was among a growing group of female religious leaders who believed that a higher power compelled them to ministry. In early 19th century America, evangelical religion provided an attractive opportunity for women to occupy leadership roles. After the Second Great Awakening, many women had their first experiences speaking publicly. Within Black religious circles, women formed praying bands, which were highly democratic collectives of women who supported one another outside the boundaries of the church and shared their divine gifts with other women. 19th century Philadelphia was one of few places where Black people could live with relative freedom, a rarity in a country with over 2 million people still enslaved in 1830. At the time, there were 14,500 free Black Philadelphians. They worked as tradespeople, entrepreneurs, and teachers in schools for Black youth. Rebecca Jackson, her husband, and her brother all worshiped at Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church, one of the oldest Black churches in America. For freeborn Black women like Rebecca Jackson, this kind of fellowship helped build confidence and self-esteem in the face of the knowledge that their freedom was merely conditional. This freedom was accompanied by segregation and rampant mob violence. Rebecca began to sense the presence of an energy that she would later refer to as the mother and the deity. This deity was on the same level as capital G God, but was nurturing, patient, gentle. Traits that were ridiculed in women revealed themselves to Jackson as holy. Jackson grew up in a society that had strict instructions on how a Black woman should act in public, but this inner voice, revealed to her in a thunderstorm, gave her explicit permission to rebel. Jackson began
Trigger alert. I was briefly reading about modern day, and I am sorry to say, lynching of Black people in America in some states, and they are frequently ruled as, no, you're right. We're seeing it. We're seeing it now. We're seeing a lot of cases. Even Miss Rachel put a video out. Listen to Black people, because Black people don't hang themselves from trees. Miss Rachel said it, you know? It's not like Miss Rachel is an expert on this stuff, but she's right. We should listen to Black people, and they don't. She's not the only person saying it. Loads of Black people are saying it. And that's the thing. While racial supremacy and structural segregation in the U.S. are weaponized to disproportionately harm minorities, segregation alone doesn't explain its broken system, because unlike European far-right or historical fascist regimes that exclude minorities while still funding healthcare, education, and welfare for their favored white base, the U.S. doesn't genuinely invest in basic human capital for its white working class either. Yeah, I think the way it is, I think read a book called White Fear. Okay, I think White Fear explains this concept really well. America is very unique when it comes to this from a policy perspective. I think America is possibly the most racist country in the world, because I think it denies the working class, white working class healthcare, because if they didn't, then Black people would get healthcare as well. Like I honestly think that white working class is getting is getting the impacts of this, because universal healthcare would cover all Black people too. And I think that's how divided and racist America is. That it would make life really hard for the white working class so that Black people couldn't have healthcare. Like I truly believe, after everything America has done to Black people, the United States of America has done to Black people and still continues to do to Black people, that what I'm saying isn't too far-fetched at all.
Reaching this alternate idea of God, a God that was both feminine and masculine. Some of the first attendees to her revival meetings were fellow congregants at Bethel AME, congregants who wanted a more intimate exploration of Scripture. As her popularity grew, Black and white men and women called on Rebecca Jackson for prayer and a healing word.
Think about it. Every time there has been Black success, it has been followed with white retribution. And then you look at Obama's presidency, Black success, he was basically seen as the Antichrist. The white retribution was to vote for Donald Trump. Tulsa, successful Black businesses, white retribution. This is how America, it works on a cycle of hate towards Black people.
A gift she believed came to her during that thunderstorm. During the winter of 1836, Rebecca held 69 unsanctioned covenant meetings up and down the East Coast. She wrote about Methodist preachers who told her in explicit detail how she should die for leading the men. Jackson asserted that all people had a right to celibacy, even in marriage. Her beliefs led to heated, sometimes violent arguments with her husband. To protect her body at home, Jackson would perform dramatic acts of self-harm that she described as miracles in front of her husband, at one point setting her hands on a burning stove. When she showed her husband that her hands had not been scarred by the blazing metal, that was her unmistakable proof that her body now belonged to a heavenly power, not to any man on earth. From this point on, Jackson would document almost 30 years of her spiritual and private life. Jackson separated from her husband in 1836. But being a single Black free woman was a dangerous proposition in 19th century America. Many 19th century Black women had two paths ahead of them: a life of enslavement or a freedom directly tied to the whim.
By the way, the latest white fear is 2043, and 2043 is the year that is estimated to be the year when America becomes a majority minority country. So that is, white people will not be the majority anymore. That's what it's looking like. That's the prediction. That's the estimate of the year. So that there's retribution coming in America for that timeline too. Don't you worry. There will be retribution for that specific change as well. And this is why I would not particularly rely on polls when telling you who looks like they're going to win. I would not rely on polls. I would rely on sentiment. If Great Replacement is still like the core sentiment of white America, then they are going to vote for Donald Trump.
Of a man, her father, her brother, her husband. There were no real legal protections for Black women, their bodies, or their children at the time.
When we think about the 19th century, we think of the women who are enslaved, how their agency may be taken away while under the control of their enslaver. But we also have to consider free Black women and how they were also limited in their mobility and their agency. They faced the challenges of not having ownership or power, not just of themselves, but of material objects, leadership positions. As a Black woman, you had to exude sexual purity, moral behavior, and you also had to uplift the race. So on top of worrying about how others perceived you, you also had to uplift mainly, in these cases, the Black men in your life.
I sometimes wonder how the world would be if Al Gore had won the election in 2000. Well, he did win. The Bush period was so fucking bad and triggered almost every single thing we saw after. I think if Al Gore had won, it may have delayed the inevitable, because the problem with America isn't Democrat or Republican or one candidate. The problem with America is American imperialism. And I don't think the symptoms of American imperialism, the symptoms of American imperialism are, bound to have led to a Donald Trump eventually.
Finally free from her marriage, Jackson began to travel with her message as the divine voice instructed her. At Rebecca's prayer meetings, her visions revealed illnesses, deaths, and conversions to come. In 1837, church leadership accused her of heresy, but when she demanded a formal trial in her home, she was denied. It was clear to Jackson that she would need to go find a new spiritual home. Jackson's writing stopped between 1836 and 1840. When she returned to her journal, we find her regularly visiting a mostly white Shaker community in Waterville, New York. Jackson initially believed she had found the ideal fit, writing, "These are my people." The Shakers' beliefs aligned directly with Jackson's. They believed in creating an earthly utopia through sharing resources and land.
Yeah, Fida, I think whatever's about to happen inevitably is a symptom of the imperialist structure dictating terms, because both the Democrats and Republicans are about preserving American imperialism, right? Maybe the DSA. DSA is the only sort of factor that's not there to wholly preserve the American imperialist machine. But DSA winning power, unilateral power, will take a while, maybe a few election cycles. And while that might happen, I think what America's spiraling into is a position that it has never really been in since World War II, and that is being the police of the world, the unilateral power in global politics, global finance, everything. So what will America do? What will its fragility cause it to do? That's the big thing here, is as it spirals into fragmentation and reduced influence in the world, like how is the American ego going to take it? I agree, extreme racism and greed and hostility are the very engine driving the system. By elevating selfishness as the core virtue and weaponizing cultural hatred, the U.S. convinced people to dismantle their own safety nets just to deny them to others. It completely broke the social contract, sacrificing human capital, healthcare, and education across the board solely to concentrate wealth for the top 1%. Yeah. It's concentrating wealth for the top 1%, but you should never ever discount the role of white privilege, right? Because white privilege works across all areas, and it is not about socioeconomic situations. It's across everything, and it's not about a single person. It's about the whole population, and trends would suggest it's useful to remember that the top 1% is white and pretty much only male. Yeah. Well, the bulk of it, right? Like 99.6% of the top 1% is probably white. Yeah, so I agree with you. But don't get it don't make the mistake of thinking that this is about the top 1%, because then you would be reducing what we're actually facing into a class war, when it is not really just, a class thing. There is a race factor here that is more potent than the class factor. And unless and until we remove the race factor, i.e. white supremacy and white privilege, then the class factor cannot be dealt with. That's my take on it.
They believed in the mother deity who blessed Jackson through lightning only a few years before. Their founder was Mother Ann Lee. Childcare was a group activity, as Shakers prioritized communal bonds over marriages. Unlike many other denominations, Shaker women had every right to speak in church since 1787. It is during this time that Jackson writes extensively in her journal about Rebecca Perot. Jackson writes about one dream Perot recounted to her, where she fantasizes that the two Rebeccas would one day reign as king and queen. Then in 1847, they arrived together in Watervliet.
I saw a garden of excellent fruit, and it appeared to come near, even into my bed and around me. And I was permitted to eat and to give a portion to Rebecca Perot, and she ate and was strengthened.
The Shakers later recognized Rebecca Jackson as a true prophet, a status that she could never achieve as part of the AME Church in Philadelphia.
the thing about racism that I think makes like the leftist intellectual so nervous and almost dismissive is that it's not particularly serving their intellectual or their need for there to be an intellectual solution for this, or the problem being like an intellectual deduction. It's simple, right? Like white people hate black people, bro. Like it's all through our fucking systems, and white supremacy is the problem. But people, want it to be about some of these terms, like I'm gonna say it. People are gonna get pissed off. Is it dialectic materialism? Oh my gosh, dimensional materialism. Like, people want to explain it in those terms, like real theoretical terms, but really it's just fucking racist shit, bro. White supremacy,
Philadelphia. She adopted the title Mother Rebecca Cox Jackson as a signal of her religious authority.
Dialectical materialism. Thank you, Shiny.
After looking around the beautiful Waterville community, a question lingered in Rebecca's mind. Where were all the Black believers? While the Shakers appear to be on their way to building an ideal society in their corner of the world, the rest of America was in turmoil. In 1830, the Fugitive Slave Act was passed, requiring slaves to be returned to the people who enslaved them, even if they lived in a free state. This meant any Black person in the United States was at risk of kidnapping, even people who were officially free. Jackson's writings frequently refer to the burden of my people. It was in this alarming context that Jackson wrestled with a choice. Should she stay and try to shift the Shakers to recruiting more Black members, or should she strike on her own without permission as the divine voice instructed her so long ago? After a few years in Waterville, Jackson and Perot returned to Philadelphia in the 1850s to start their own version of a Shaker community for mostly Black women. Years before they were given official approval, this unique community mirrored Shaker practices to traditions of Black praying bands, call and response, dancing freely, sharing resources, and direct communication to spirits through seances.
I think racism is too simple of an explanation for many leftists. It's because white supremacy and white privilege have enabled so much of how the world is today, including the capitalist system that we all live under. I would argue that capitalism is European colonization rebranded, because I think capitalism is doing exactly what European colonization was doing, but through third-party organizations, through proxy organizations. It's neocolonialism. So I don't see capitalism as different to European colonization. A point that was made by a viewer a while ago. And to me, to say that all of this is dialectical materialism and it was all as a whatever happened, even with the birth of the racial hierarchy itself, it was all materialistic in nature. I I can't just agree with that. I think human beings can hate for hate's sake. And I don't think human beings need a return on investment when it comes to hate. I don't think it needs to be materialistic to hate. I don't think there needs to be any efficiencies to hate. Like, for example, I think white people would sacrifice healthcare just so black people didn't get it. I actually think they would do that.
A core group of sisters live together, pooling their talents and sharing their dreams.
And you know what? They are doing that. They keep voting for Donald Trump. They keep fucking voting for Donald Trump. Like, Donald Trump is never going to provide universal health care. These working class white people who don't have health care are not going to get health care voting for Donald Trump. But they keep voting for him. Why? Why do they keep voting for him? Is it education about health care? Is it education about policy? Fuck no. It's because they're all fucking racist. It's because they all think this white replacement theory is real and that Donald Trump is their savior. That has nothing to do with materialism. That is just straight up hate. That's straight up hate, bro. That's hate. That's hatred.
Dreams of a peaceful future.
Racist.
Mother Rebecca Cox Jackson had finally manifested the spiritual home she had always needed. Rebecca Cox Jackson died in 1871 after a lively 40-year career as an orator, healer, seer, and caregiver.
Hey, missionary
After
Starfish,
Jackson's
welcome.
death, Rebecca Perot took on Jackson's name, becoming Mother
Tiny drop. I appreciate what you do. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Fido.
Rebecca Jackson. She continued her companion's mission and lived under that name until she died in 1901 in Watervliet. Over a century after the ink dried from Rebecca Jackson's pages, women's studies professor Jean McMahon Humez carefully edited Jackson's work.
Think about that for a second. Think about that thought. A white person would give up healthcare in the U.S. if it meant a black person wouldn't get it. I feel they do that every election cycle as well. They would sacrifice healthcare for themselves so that black people don't get healthcare.
Into a book, Gifts of Power, published in 1981. At the time of publishing, Humez wrote that today they would probably be considered lesbians.
I think now we have a sense of what it means to be queer, bi, trans. And when I think of the two Rebeccas, I think of an essay that Alice Walker actually wrote on Rebecca Jackson in her writings called Gifts of Power. And in this essay, Alice Walker, she concludes her article by saying, what was their word for it? How would the two Rebeccas identify themselves? Especially when we're thinking about the fact that both of them committed a life to celibacy. Does that apply to same-sex relationships, or does that only apply to relationships between men and women?
But we must contextualize Black spiritual women in the 19th century, whether they're Shakers, medicine women, AME, or...
Oh shit, did they find a loophole? Did they find a loophole? Oh my gosh, the two Rebeccas found a loophole? Wow.
Hoodoo practitioners as people finding joy in a time of survival by any means necessary. While the two Rebeccas may not have had a name for their relationship, they clearly had a calling to one another and to the spiritual wellness of the description below. And don't forget to subscribe to PBS Origins so you don't miss an episode of In the Margins.
That was awesome. That was so cool. That's such a story that I never would have known if they hadn't made this video. That was awesome. Radio. I just want to say one thing, guys. Okay? I just want to say I just want to say to you guys, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you, chat. I want to talk to you. The way I speak and the way I conduct myself, I don't do it to please people to get likes. I don't do it to please people. I do it because I want to learn and I want to grow. And I want to be as authentically myself while doing so, and present information in an authentic way. So when people come into this live and say things like universal healthcare will happen in the next election, I have to be like, nah, bro, it ain't happening in the next election. Otherwise, it just wouldn't be me. Okay? I'm not trying to troll these people. It's just, I truly don't believe that America's getting healthcare in the next election. Like universal healthcare. It's fucking impossible. It's just, I don't see it. Do you, America? So, in a world like that, I think it's important for us to tell the truth. Because sometimes that really shouldn't be a hot take. Yeah. I don't believe it will happen within my lifetime. We have understood that, and you do you because you're real and you stand your ground. Yeah. The other thing is, sometimes people say things like Bashar al-Assad is, was based. Like, what do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? There are things like that. I could, for example, if someone says something like that and go, nah, man, that's not my opinion. But you can have your opinion. I could do that to get a like or a follow. But here's what I will probably say. I'll say, you're fucking nuts, because the guy was a genocidal, mass murdering dictator. That's probably what I will say to you if you came in here and said Bashar al-Assad was based. Because I know if you think that, why the fuck would I want you in my community, in our community? Why would we want a genocidal, dictator-loving person in the community? You tell me. Okay? Same goes with any dictator. Donald Trump. Any leader, to be honest. If anyone comes in and goes, oh, this leader is great, I will question them and say, and dig a little bit deeper to understand why they think they're great. Some leaders I may, give a pass. Someone like a Mandami. But he's got his rough edges too, man. Like, he's not fucking Moses. Although, was Moses a real person? Who knows? I don't think any politician should be immune from criticism. I don't think Kim Jong-un is immune from criticism. I do not think that Xi Jinping is immune from criticism. Xi's nuts. Some leaders deserve to be yelled at less, but they should all be yelled at. Yeah. You mean the parting of the Red Sea was potentially not a real event? I watched a documentary where they went through all of the miracles Moses performed and were like trying to prove it with natural phenomena. It was so stupid. It was so dumb. Oh my gosh. Never trust the gov. They all have skeletons somewhere. Yes. Agreed. I will never glaze any government, okay? So if people came in here and said dumb shit, I will challenge it. If people want to clap back, clap the fuck back. But let me tell you something. I think a lot of people get really upset about me talking about white supremacy and white privilege. I think fundamentally there is fragility when we talk about these subjects. I know it because I've been talking about it for a while, and people get very pissed off when I bring these subjects up. It'll continue to happen. Okay? This fragility will continue to be there. You're wrong, Pol Pot was awesome. Oh my gosh. Assad just wanted to be independent of the central banking. The only reason he had any other post-Cold War countries were invaded and fucked by the US, not because their leaders were righteous. The post-Cold Yeah. Assad was a fucking monster, bro. I will say this to you guys. I am so happy for the Syrian people. I am so mostly Jolani has killed a lot of his own people. Jolani has killed Alawites. I know that there has been retribution, and Jolani should be at The Hague. He should be held to account. The guy's a fucking war criminal. All of those things. I will say this. The Syrian people, especially because I've spoken to a few people on the ground who risk their lives to go online to raise money, which is why also I'm sad that my TikTok account's gone. Because Aisha, she bought her child on the live. She showed us her baby. I can't help her anymore. We'll figure it out. But I just have to say, like, the Syrian people, 50 years of a dictatorship, of a family of dictators, the Assads. 50 years follow, and at the end of it, a brutal civil war. And they get space to breathe. What, am I going to fucking feel like, oh, that's a bad thing because the Palestinians aren't free yet? No, man. Every human being deserves liberation. And do you know who the first people to say that will be? Will be the Palestinians. Because Palestinians themselves understand that liberation is for all, not just for one or two people that we like. It's for everybody. And that's the one thing I know that the Palestinians will be 100% invested in, is liberation for all. And they are not going to make their liberation, they will not make their liberation tied to anyone else's liberation or be disappointed by anybody for their liberation. They're fighting for theirs. They're fighting for their liberation. They've been doing so for a long time. They're not going to hold it against people. They're not going to hold it against their people. Absolutely not. Okay? I think yeah, I know, Magnus. The minorities aren't happy though, specifically Kurds and Alawites. I think the Kurds, the biggest loser in all of this one of the biggest losers in all of this has been the Kurds. The second, probably Alawites. You're right. There's been some bad shit done to them for sure. The thing about the Kurds, the SDF was holding some territory in the north of Syria, northeast of Syria. That territory now is part of Syria as a whole, right? So yeah, that would have pissed off the SDF for sure, and would have forced integration into the Syrian army, which is not something that the SDF wanted. But you know who the SDF will feel the most let down by is America and Israel. Because when Jolani's army was heading into the northeast into SDF territory, it was the Americans and the Israelis that abandoned the SDF, because they were the ones who were giving them weapons, right? And while the SDF was useful to America, they were completely armed up to the teeth. The moment they became a hindrance, they pulled all that aid. Do you think the SDF forgot about that? No, they didn't. Missionary Starfish. The SDF didn't forget about it, because the next time the Kurdish leadership were asked to intervene, i.e. in Iran, when the Kurdish leadership was approached by Trump's administration to, conduct a coup in Iran, they refused. They said they wouldn't do it. That was one of the reasons why, because America and Israel abandoned the Kurds. And Jolani's army just took all of that territory back. This is why you don't make deals with the devil, folks. This is why you don't make deals with the devil. You don't make deals with America, because America is only there as long as you serve their interest. Once you've served the interests of America, they will fucking leave you to rot. They will leave you to rot. And the Kurds have been exploited for a long time. The Kurds have been exploited for a long fucking time by the West and various other interested parties. But I'm glad. One thing I'm glad for through all of this madness is to see the Syrian people get relief, even if that's sanction relief from the US because Jolani is a puppet. I'm just happy to see the people of Syria get some relief, okay? It is a break in 50 years of oppression under a dictatorship. And I think the Syrian people deserve to have a breather. There is still conflict happening. There is still sectarian violence happening. Of course there is. There are people there, however, who are getting some room to breathe. And I'm happy, even if it's a few more people than before. But it's more than just a few, right? It's many. A thought for all those comrades there. Exactly. But guys, like, we're not impartial. Like, we're not going to say the job is done. We're not going to say this is the end. There's still work to do, right? Like, there's still, the Zionist project to to continue to hold to account, to continue to expose. There's all of those things. The work is not done in the Middle East. That is a momentary pause for the Syrian people, and the Syrian people will be back, I'm sure, in the thick of it with what Israel is doing, probably pretty soon. But I'm just glad they get whatever sense of rest, because that region has been in constant war for so long. So any people who get an ounce of room to breathe, I'm just happy for them. Anyway, I don't mean to be mean. I don't mean to be mean when I talk about these subjects. I will engage in good faith always. I'll try. But when people like come at me strong, my only way to react, my whole life, the only way I've reacted to people coming at me with force is with force. Right? Like, that's who I am. I'm trying to change that. But when they come at me with all of those words and all of that huff and puff, I'm like, bro, just shut your nuts. Don't yell at me. And then they get pissed off after I answer. So aim is to reach 30,000 for the petition. We're almost halfway. Nice. Guys, please, if you're in Australia, go sign the petition that Lava's sharing. It's important. Please share it. Please share it as well. Like, if you know Aussies, if you know anyone from Australia, please share it with them. Jason D100, done. We're rating Jason D100, everybody. But thank you again for best ways to look them up and down. Never let them know your next step. Nah, I telegraph my next steps like from last week. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much. It's all love. This community is incredible. Thank you so much. And we'll be back again tomorrow.
Thank you, friends.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you, friends.
Take care, everybody. Enjoy Jason D100's stream. I'm going to raid and run. But cheers, everyone. Good night and take care. Po Marie, Kakite, and Free Palestine. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Enjoy the raid, folks. Kakite. And same with you, YouTube. Take care, YouTube. I'll catch you soon. Free Palestine.